and Mike Salk.
All right, let's go. Brock and Salk Show. Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app, all the podcast platforms, all of them, everywhere. 97.3 HD2, YouTube, and the Seattle Sports application. I'm not sure I even mentioned that. It's a formal Friday, even while it's a football Friday, which is powered by Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, and it's a victory Friday, that's for sure. What a night last night at Lumen Field. Brock was there. He's going to come in and talk about it at 7 o'clock, and I hope some of you were there. I'm curious to see if anyone who was there is awake, because you must have left just riding high on adrenaline. I mean, seeing the number of fans that were still there during the Amazon post-game show, and Carissa Thompson's doing her thing, and all those guys are out there, and, you know, Jackson and Sam are out there, and there are just like a million fans going crazy in the seats right behind them. Yeah, you guys got home late, and I'll be impressed if you're up this early. We'll see. We're going to take some phone calls coming up in a half hour. What a game. What an unbelievable football game. We said it was the game of the year beforehand, and it 1,000% delivered on that title. That was the game of the year. I mean, back and forth early, Seahawks get down middle to late, the unbelievable comeback, and then the back and forth in overtime with 15 points scored in OT. Just incredible. Just incredible. It had all the crazy plays you would ever expect from a Seahawks game. Let's be clear. We now know the Seahawks are back because weird stuff is happening on prime time at Lumen Field, and as always, specifically in the north end zone. I mean, at this point, it's you can't even deny it. The north end zone is for weird stuff. The south end zone is where the Seahawks win games, right? Like, that's just, you just know that's what it is. Weird stuff happens in the north end zone. Right, batting the ball out of bounds, and the crazy Hail Mary catch, and obviously the Luke Wilson 2-point conversion that to this day is one of the craziest plays I've ever seen. All that stuff and a whole lot more, all in the north end zone. South end zone? Well, that's where you make the tip. That's where you throw the ball to Jermaine Kearse for the win, and that's where yesterday JSN made his catch to put the Seahawks within striking distance, and then the 2-point conversion to win it to Eric Saubert. That is how you end up sitting atop the NFC West in the playoffs this morning with the Rams now behind you. One of the craziest games I've ever seen. Truly. Truly one of the craziest. But I will say, and it's funny, Lyle and I almost missed the open of the show here because we were arguing about it, which is awesome and the way sports should be. When you just get yourself into a debate, you can't get out of it, even when you're ready to start a radio show about that debate. Like, it was only a 2-score game. I know everyone said 178-0 and all these crazy stats, and the percentage was down to like negative 12.5% or whatever. Like, you know, I don't care about that stuff. It's a 2-score game. And the moment Rashid Shaheed got his hands on the ball, he completely changed everything. Because at that point, you bring the crowd back into it. It's only a 1-score game, and you still have like 8 minutes left. Like, there were plenty of possibilities left for a million different things to happen.
I think it was just the way the momentum felt at that point. It did not feel like there was a chance.
Do we not learn about feel, Maura? Do we not learn? Never. We'll never learn about how things feel. They don't always matter how things feel. It matters what's actually happening. And with 2-score game, with that amount of time left, they got it done. Kudos to Sam Darnold. We're going to talk a lot about him today. I'll ask you the question at 6:30. Did that change the legacy? Did that erase the narrative? Did that get rid of all of the ghosts? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I'm going to give him an A because that's what I do when Sam Darnold or any quarterback leads the game-winning drive late. I'll give you an A. Of course. That was the gig. Boy, was it not looking like an A until then. I mean, even during the comeback, he was okay. And then those couple of drives in the fourth quarter, PU. I mean, that was really, really sort of hard to watch. And not just him not looking good and the sacks that he took, but also the fear it looked like they had to call much of anything for him. I mean, those 2 screens and that 3rd and 7 at JSN, like, there were a couple of calls in there where you're like, man, they don't trust Sam Darnold. How can we trust Sam Darnold if they don't trust Sam Darnold? And then he just completely erased all of that. Like whatever you had written down on your piece of paper, whatever all the columnists were getting ready to write about, whatever all of the first take artists were getting ready to say, they had to delete it all, erase it all, and write something new. Because he completely flipped that script, not in the fourth quarter, amazingly, but in overtime. So kudos to Sam, because as long as people didn't go to bed, they got to see him turn around and really show something incredible at the end. A couple of texts that came in. I love this, and Maura, you were thinking the same way. 425, those two guys that won the tickets have to be best friends now, right? Best Thursday night game of the year, comeback OT win to clinch the playoffs over a division rival. I don't know how they're not making bunk beds and doing karate in the garage right now.
I hope they send us a picture or something. But
I think the guys did the last time, right? So if you remember, we did Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader for tickets with Lyle, and the two guys were both awesome, and so we sent them both to the game, one of them with his 1-year-old. Do you think he stayed, Maura?
That's what I was wondering. I think overtime's a bit much to ask for a 1-year-old. But hopefully they did, because that was an amazing ending.
Yeah, that was incredible. I mean, yeah, it would be such a bummer to have left that game. But I can also see they're like, well, they were free tickets. I got to get out of here. My kid's not. So I don't know. Hopefully they will write in, and we'll hear a little bit what happened to those two guys.
Did you see this? Someone says Clay Matthews was on a podcast that had a live stream last night, and he was having haunting flashbacks from the NFC Championship game.
I'm sure he was. Yeah, I mean, and that's probably the game it felt the most like.
Yeah.
And the two-point conversions will probably stand out from each of those games. You know, we talk about Russ in that NFC Championship game, 4 picks, right? And then he bounces back late. And obviously Darnold similar, 2 picks and a couple of huge sacks. And then he bounces back even later to really look incredible in that final drive. And the other similarity, I mean, you got the punt return on one side, you got the onside kick on the other, the two-point conversions. So I have always believed that the most underratedly crazy Seahawks play of all time is the 2-point conversion to Luke Wilson. That's effectively a Hail Mary for a 2-point conversion. Russ running around, if you remember, he scrambles to his right. As always, he's not really, he has to scramble again, and they're catching up to him, and he just turns around and heaves it as high and as far as he can to the other sideline. And somehow the defender, I forget who it was.
Yeah, it was HaHa Clinton Dix, which I'll never understand what he was doing on that play.
He looked like Nori Aoki going after a fly ball. Like no idea where that thing was going. And instead it fell just, Luke turned around, bang, the ball just hit him in the hands. Unbelievable. One of the most lucky, incredible, wonderful plays you'll ever see. And last night might have topped it. And it was just too bad. It was too bad that Al and Herbie didn't remember that play, because that was the first thing I thought of. As soon as they came back with the call and Terry McCauley came on and was like, hey, wait a minute, that might have been a backwards pass. And if it is, that's going to be a 2-point conversion. I was like, that might be the second craziest 2-point conversion in that end zone. But I think it probably takes the cake when it's all said and done. It was weirder. I don't know if it was luckier. They were both pretty incredible in terms of the good fortune standpoint. But, I mean, that was one of the ugliest plays I've ever seen. I don't know what the idea was on that play. But at the end of it, I don't even – and I got sound here. I won't play you the sound because there's all this sound of everyone being like, super heads-up play by Charbonnet. It's like, was it? If he had dived on it and been like, okay, my football, I'd be like, yeah, all right, super heads-up play. Maybe there's a heads-up element to just picking up any ball. But it kind of looked like he was just giving it back to the ref.
We talked about this off air. There was no sense of urgency. It kind of looked like he was just picking it up to hand it to the ref.
100%. 100%. But whatever. It didn't matter. It turns out as a heads-up play, that's how it goes into the scorebook forever. And, pretty incredible. Salk and the Sound Saluki asked the 425, did you notice Herb Street kept mispronouncing Nwosu's name every time and kept calling Darnold Bradford? Yeah, whatever. As we said before, Herbie's got a tough gig. He's mostly a college guy. He's got to, sort of drop in for this. It happens. There was a Nwosu as well, right? Remember Chris Owusu, right? I think that's who he sort of confuses him with, the old wide receiver. And yeah, Sam Bradford, Sam Darnold. He's not alone. I saw people, I think I even saw field goals accidentally say Bradford instead of Darnold. Like, it happens. It happens. I'm not going to get on him for that. At the end of the day, it was a pretty fun game. It was great to watch. If I'm going to get on the Amazon crew for anything, it's going to be the way they handled the Puka Nacua story, which I thought they got an F, a straight-up F for. I thought they handled it as poorly as they could. Just terrible. We'll discuss that a little bit later. And but I'll also balance that off because I thought they did the best job I've ever seen of any broadcast in Seattle, of showing Seattle without just doing stupid market stuff. The Pinball Museum, are you kidding me? One of my favorite spots in all of downtown Seattle. I love that. They showed the Pinball Museum. They showed some other cool stuff last night. So kudos to them on that. All right, we'll take a break. I'll come back. I'll play you a bunch of this sound that we've got. We'll give you everything you need to know, and then I'll open things up to you guys a little bit and a whole lot more. Don't go anywhere. It's a fun Friday. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Here we go. Darnold has time. Looks inside. It's caught! The Seahawks win the game!
Playoff berth?
An instant classic.
This is who we are. That's Seahawks football.
Check.
Probably the craziest game I've ever seen.
With the playoffs looming, what's next?
You know, we're always going to fight.
Complete coverage at seattlesports.com.
They now have the inside track on having the best record in the NFC.
And the home of the Seahawks.
I think this is the best team in the NFL right now.
Seattle Sports.
It's a cold winter night and your furnace dies. Don't let this happen to you. If your system's 12 years or older, upgrade now to a Mitsubishi electric heating and air conditioning system from Home Comfort Alliance and stay warm. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry and dream engagement ring to be nothing short of perfect, no matter the price. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Too much on your list this season? Get 50% off your first 6 months of payroll at Gusto.com/radio. Gusto saves you 2 days every month on payroll, taxes, and compliance. So you can go from making payroll to making gingerbread houses, checking your books to decking the halls, spreadsheets to snow angels. Switch before the end of the year and there's no need to transfer payroll history. Now that's a reason to be merry. Choose a future with Gusto and get more time for what matters. For a limited time, get 50% off your first 6 months at Gusto.com/radio.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Hello, John here with Happy Hauler, your eco-friendly junk removal company. Did you know that all the viable items we remove are sorted, then distributed to low-income and transition housing? We proudly work with Solid Ground and also Mary's Place Make a Home program. Your unwanted items can have a second life, making a big impact for local people transitioning out of homelessness or escaping abusive situations. This holiday season, let's help those that need it most. Happy holidays, or should I say, happy holidays.
When you're at home and next to your windows, do you notice cold air or a draft when the wind blows? How about moisture or leaking during a rainstorm? Dave Wyman here, and after 20 years in our home, our window seals started breaking. A failed window can do major damage to your home, and the older the window, the more likely it is to fail. That's why right now is an excellent time to have Harley Exteriors come by for a no-charge consultation. That's exactly what I had done over the summer, and not only were they extremely knowledgeable about all things windows, I found them to be polite, professional, and respectful. In other words, people you want to do business with. Harley Exteriors has a special offer for Seattle sports fans. Buy 3 windows, get 1 free. No payments or interest until 2027. And take an additional $200 off your project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today. They'll give you an honest assessment and quote. Go to harleyexteriors.com.
It's the best time of the year. Toyota-thon. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton are providing you with large savings and the widest selection of inventory on Toyota favorites like the 2025 Tacoma, leasing at just $259 a month with $39.99 due at signing. The 2026 Tundra, financing at 2.99% APR, up to 72 months, and $1,000 bonus cash. The gas and hybrid RAV4s and the Corolla Cross. It's Toyota-thon. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com. Offers valid until January 5th, 2026. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee. Model 7540.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, game of the year, that's what we called it in the hype, and it delivered on that promise. It had just about everything, right? Crazy comeback from 16 points down in the fourth quarter, a huge special teams edge with a punt return touchdown. Thank you to Rashid Shaheed. A missed kick by the Rams. Had to have that one. A successful 2-point conversion that was only successful because it was a backwards pass. Fumble recovered in the end zone by Zach Charbonnet. A couple of picks, a couple of brutal sacks from Sam Darnold. A near pick for Ernest Jones that would have changed the game in overtime. And then a final drive that rewrote the storyline. A tremendous drive from Sam Darnold. A beautiful catch from Cooper Kupp. A touchdown from JSN. And the game winner.
Darnold has time, looks inside, it's caught! Touchdown! Make an extra point, make a conversion, I don't care what it is. The Seahawks win the game again on the last play of the game. The Seahawks win 38-37. It's Sauber with the 2-point conversion catch. Holy cow!
Rabel out of his mind. Didn't even know what kind of play it was by the end, and who could blame him after all the crazy stuff he'd seen? That was, what a cool little play, by the way. And that had to be their third play. Because they lined up in one formation, Rams called timeout, then they line up in another formation, they call timeout. Do you think they had a different play call each time and they were actually prepared to run each of them? I would love to know, and we'll talk to Mike Macdonald about 9:30 about how all of that works. He probably won't give us the details, but still, afterwards, he was, as you might imagine, just really proud of his team.
And just talking about our football team, and just so proud of our group. I mean, this is who we are. You know, we set out to show that, you know, to prove to ourselves who we were as a team. Obviously, there's a lot that did not go our way today. Both good job by the Rams. Some of the stuff that we got to, you know, obviously clean up on our end. I mean, the list goes on and on. But I'll tell you what, like, the resiliency is. The relentlessness is there. The character of this team is there. and they have each other's backs, all three phases. I mean, it's all that stuff we've been talking about since we walked in the door is real, and they've earned that. So just really, really, really proud of our group. Really, really proud of our group. Just really, really proud. So we're going to enjoy the heck out of this one and get some rest this weekend and get back at it. So, yeah, just really proud of our group.
Just incredible. They moved to 12-3, 2 games left to play. They win both, and they've got the number 1 seed, a first-round bye, home field throughout the playoffs, and they also, as he said, clinched the postseason berth last night with that win.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
A little physical game, too, so maybe fortunate to have that mini-bye. Nicky Minwori left. He was evaluated for a concussion. It sounds like he's okay and would have been able to return if needed. Kobe Bryant did not return after hurting his ankle. Same with Reek Woolen. So injuries are fine, but a little tougher when they all hit one position. So we'll see what goes on in the secondary. It all sure seemed to help Puka Nacua yesterday. Guy went for 224 yards the same day he offered a completely by-the-book, empty, phony apology for his comments and actions on that live stream. Then he goes into the locker room after the game and immediately, as Lyle said, before he even took off his shoulder pads, tweeted, "Can you say I was wrong? Appreciate you, Stripes, for your contribution, LOL." First of all, did he think the refs lost them that game? Get out of town. Of course he deleted it. Total spoiled brat. And then he left his coach hanging as Sean McVay got grilled on all of it after the game.
What are you talking about?
You just put something on Twitter a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, so what are you asking me right now?
Are you okay?
I can't answer questions about something that I'm not aware of.
Okay, but are you okay with players kind of expressing frustration over things like that? Or is that something that you hope that they kind of keep to themselves?
I got to have more information before I answer any of those kind of questions.
What conversations have you had with Puka about his live stream this week?
Yeah, he was very apologetic. I don't think he understood the totality of some of the things. I think he issued that apology. I know this guy's heart, and for anybody that was offended, terribly sorry about that. I know he feels that same exact way. He's a young guy that's a great kid that's continuing to learn about, just the platform that he has.
That's enough. He kept getting grilled on it. Spare me with the anybody who was offended thing. Just miss me with all of that. It was offensive, but not anybody who was offended. Kenneth Walker finishes with 100 yards on the nose. I'll be talking about him today, I promise. 96 receiving yards, by the way, for JSN.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Another brutal loss for the Kraken. They led 2-1, gave it all back. 4-2 loss to Calgary. Very ugly, ugly, ugly. And the Zips projections came out yesterday for the Mariners. They look pretty favorable, Lyle. We talked about this quickly, but Zips projection, which is about as smart as they get, says even without another move, if you just ran out their current roster, 550 to 580 win percentage, that would translate to 89 to 94 wins without making another move. So yeah, Zips pretty high on what it thinks the Mariners could do this year. That is everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. All right, so I got 2 hours of sleep last night. I'm just letting you guys know. 2 hours. My nose was so stuffy I couldn't sleep. I was pretty pumped up after the game as well. That one got me emotionally. I was emotionally invested yesterday, Maura, as a fan, just straight up emotion. Some of it was the Seahawks.
I think everybody watching that game got emotionally invested by the end.
How could you not be? Some of it was the Seahawks. Some of it was Puka Nacua. Some of it was Puka. I was rooting against him a lot. Rooting hard against Puka last night, and it was painful watching him make all of those great plays, and he is a phenomenal, phenomenal athlete and a total spoiled brat. Total brat. And so that was hard. I was really emotionally caught up in it. So I didn't fall asleep till after 2. Woke up at about 4:15. So I'm riding on a little caffeine. I'm debating asking Brock to bring me another caffeinated beverage. So if that happens, look out. Just look out. God knows where the rest of the show could go. But I think I'm going to do it because that's kind of how I'm feeling this morning. I'm also going to turn some things over to you guys, see what you guys think. So I'll open up the phones now. I'm going to play some sound here as well, but I will open up the phones. Kind of a simple kind of a question. 866-979-3776. What did yesterday mean for this team or mean for Sam Darnold? I'm going to give Sam an A. I kind of have to, right? I mean, like, I'm locked into that. I've said a million times that what you do at the end is what really matters. So he gets an A, but did it convince you? It's a fair, I would understand both answers to this question. All answers. Are you more convinced one way or another about Sam Darnold? Did he change your perception last night, or did it simply cement whatever you already think about him? I'd be interested to hear some answers. 866-979-3776. We'll take some of those calls. I also have a ton of post-game sound I want to play for you guys, including Mike Macdonald in the locker room. If you haven't heard it yet, it's perfect, and it's next on Brock and Salk.
Here we go. Darnold has time. Looks inside. It's caught. The Seahawks win the game.
Playoff berth?
An instant classic.
This is who we are. That's Seahawks football.
Check.
Probably the craziest game I've ever seen.
With the playoffs looming, what's next?
You know, we're always going to fight.
Complete coverage at seattlesports.com.
They now have the inside track on having the best record in the NFC.
And the home of the Seahawks.
I think this is the best team in the NFL right now.
Seattle Sports.
The more I come to fear holiday gifts. I don't need any more socks, coffee mugs, body wash that smells like who knows what. But last year, my kids got me the perfect gift, Omaha Steaks. The bacon-wrapped filet mignons were juicy and it paired perfectly with the split lobster tail skewers. I topped the Omaha Steaks burgers with their apple-smoked bacon. Best burger I've had all year. I've been hinting for the last 3 months that I want Omaha Steaks again this year. Fingers crossed. But right now, listeners get an extra $35 off their order with promo code SKY at checkout. Omaha Steaks offers unrivaled quality and variety, and every bite is backed by their 100% guarantee. Right now is the perfect time to save on delicious gifts and holiday hosting favorites. Save big on gourmet gifts and more holiday favorites with Omaha Steaks. Visit omahasteaks.com, and for an extra $35 off, use promo code SKY at checkout. Terms apply. See site for details. That's omahasteaks.com, promo code SKY.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football. It's a pepper thing.
My name is Whitney Allen. I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Thank you to all of our great Cairo News Radio listeners.
This is the moment.
For making the 37th year of Holiday Magic our biggest one yet.
It is a celebration that benefits Treehouse.
Thanks to your generosity and the important work of Treehouse, kids in foster care will have the holiday they wished for.
We ask you to give. You do. You always come through.
You can still donate. Just head to mynorthwest.com/holidaymagic.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
With football season comes colder weather, so if you need new windows and doors, don't drop the ball. Steve Rabel here with Keith Dashafi from locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. So Keith, what's your next big play?
Well, Steve, right now get 40% off qualifying installs or no payments and no interest for 12 months on approved credit.
Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
As a quarterback, you cannot run a winning play with a messy playbook. And most companies' data, well, it's a mess. AI is changing the game, but if your data is scattered, you're stuck on the sidelines. Brock Heward here, and this is where my friends at Marquee Data come in. They get your data in shape, clean, connected, ready to perform, so you can finally put AI to work for your business. Whether sales, finance, or operations, every smart move starts with the right data. So head to MyDataQB.com to draw up your game-winning data play today. That's Marquee Data or MyDataQB.com.
2026 Mariners season ticket memberships are on sale now. Catch Cal, Julio, and the crew at T-Mobile Park with year-round savings, no ticket fees, and more. You've got two great options. Reserved memberships let you lock in the best locations in the ballpark, whether you want to catch 20 games or the whole season. Or go with a flex membership and choose your seats, games, and number of tickets as you go.
There it goes! Storybook season by Cal Raleigh.
Come on board today at mariners.com/26.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
And guess what? We got a lot more to do. We are in the playoffs. We are in the game. You like that? 2 points for the win. Eric Sauber.
Hey, real talk, guys. I've been so many places. This has been such a long journey for me, man. To come to a place that's just embraced me like you guys have, man. I love you guys. Let's keep on rolling.
Pretty darn cool, huh? Eric Saubert and then Mike Macdonald went back to talk even more about how proud he was of that group. And Leonard Williams broke it all down at the end. Just an incredible moment, an incredible night. I love that little speech from Saubert, and I think it's very telling about what this team is and how they've embraced a journeyman like him. Now, that's an actual journeyman, not Bryce Miller, Lyle. That's an actual journeyman. He's been on like 8 teams in 9 years or something. Like, that's who he is. And to feel that level of connection, to come here to Seattle and feel it from the guys, feel it from the organization, feel it from the fans, yeah, I think that's very telling about who this team is. All right, so what did yesterday mean? What did it mean for the team? What did it mean for Sam Darnold? For the team, and I'm going to grab some calls here on this in just a moment, 866-979-3776 is the phone number. And by the way, if you're calling, I'm impressed. If you were up late last night and you're watching the game and you're fired up, I'm impressed. Super impressed with you this morning. For the team, look, it meant the world. It meant the world for the team. Yeah, the result, obviously. I mean, it puts them in the driver's seat for, all those big things that can come if they win out here over the next 2 weeks. But more than that, it just shows them that there is, and I don't want to say team of destiny, but good teams, the best teams, the teams that go far, they need weird, wild, crazy games and equally weird and wild and crazy plays. And last night had all of it. And, there does start to feel a level of confidence, intensity, destiny, whatever word you want to throw on it, that comes from winning games like that one. So for the team, I mean, the stakes were as big as they could be. You heard guests say yesterday, if they don't win this game, they're not going to the Super Bowl. Well, they did win the game. Now, it doesn't mean they're going, but it preserves that opportunity with 2 more wins to give yourself that first-round bye and all of the advantages that come with it. So for the team, couldn't have been bigger. For Sam, What does it mean? I'm going to guess. Now, I could be wrong. I'm going to guess that a lot of people felt like whatever they already thought of Sam, they didn't really change their mind. If you were there believing like he's got this, one day Sam's going to overcome, you will look at that game and say he did. That the drive he had in overtime erased everything that came before it. And I'm going to guess there are going to be some folks, and I'll understand them, who say 2 picks, 2 brutal sacks. The last 2 drives in the fourth quarter were on the road to nowhere when he had so many opportunities, and it took all of these other things happening in order for him to get that third and final chance where he finally converted. I understand both sides of it. At the end of the day, I think the effect on Sam should be very positive. The effect on him should be that he now has a little bit more confidence. I like this. Let me see. Where is Ryan Fitzpatrick? Let me play this cut 16, and then I'll start digging into your calls. This was Ryan Fitzpatrick after the game talking about what this should do for Sam.
It's amazing a game like this, what it's going to do for Sam Darnold, too, because you think about all the opportunities he was given, and unfortunately that didn't work. It didn't work, and then all of a sudden at the end, him making those throws and making those plays, this is the thing that can catapult him, get the monkey off his back like you mentioned.
Because you know what we would all be saying if they didn't come out of here with the win. It's the same old Sam Darnold. This is what he does.
Yeah, I mean, that element is huge, and I heard Chris Canty this morning also saying that there's a bit of Sam where now he knows, like, hey, I don't have to do everything. I can make mistakes, and the team can pick me up and keep giving me opportunities, and maybe that's something else that can help Sam here down the stretch.
To me, that was the biggest thing. All week, we kind of heard people saying they can't be as one-dimensional as they've been because you can't have Sam Darnold be the guy. Like, he wasn't brought in to be your Tom Brady. Mm-hmm. And I think that they played well around him last night enough that they could get him in that situation at the end. But he also led them on a game-winning drive in the end of it.
Which is what you need. You need your quarterback to be able to do that. At 7:30, we'll talk even more specifically about Sam, and I'll give you a little preview. That's kind of my thought after yesterday. Sam Darnold is probably not a quarterback you want to throw the ball 50 times a game. He's probably not a quarterback you want to pay huge money to and say, you're a franchise guy, you're at the top of our list, and everything else runs through you. But I do think he's probably in a category of quarterback, guys that if you put all the right things around him, can take you as far as you need to go, and I thought he showed that yesterday. 866-979-3776. Let's start off with line 1. We'll go to Kaiser in Cedar Valley. Good morning, Kaiser. Cedar Woolley, I would assume. Good morning, Kaiser.
Good morning. How we doing, boys?
Doing great. What's up?
I think that this win was as big as any win could be for the Hawks, because I mean, it's what championship teams do. And to me, it really does remind me of the Super Bowl winning Seahawks. Like Russell Wilson, was Russell Wilson ever like an MVP frontrunner? No. We had an absolutely stellar defense. I mean, we had an amazing run game too. Not quite the same this year, but we just found ways to win. It didn't matter by how many points.
Yeah.
Everyone was always complaining we played down to our opponents, and it never mattered. We always won games, and that's how this team feels. Sam Darnold can win a Super Bowl with the Seahawks because we have all the right pieces. And Mike Macdonald is the coach of the year, the coach of the century. I mean, he's awesome.
Wow. Love the confidence in it. Thank you for the phone call, Kaiser. I mean, it's really hard to disagree with a lot of that in there. I mean, they have found ways now to win games where they blow teams out, win games that are close, win games against very good teams, and certainly LA would be in that category. But Jacksonville's a good team, and Houston's a good team, and they found ways to beat both of them. And, you know, Pittsburgh is probably going to be a playoff team. They beat them as well. So we've seen wins over top-tier types of teams, but yesterday it's got to be just one of those confidence boosters of like, yeah, the completeness of this team. The defense, the offense, the special teams, the coaching, the decision-making, all of it together is what makes this team pretty special. And I love the shout-out to Mike Macdonald. He had a pretty good night last night. Pretty good night for the head coach. Looking forward to talking to him at 9:30. 866-979-3776. Let me go to line 3. Talk to Kyle, who is in Kent. Good morning, Kyle.
Hey, good morning.
What's up?
Hey, so I just think what it showed was I don't think our defense played that well last night. They didn't pressure Stafford at all until really the fourth quarter. And we let Puka Nacua get 225 yards receiving on us. And to be able to come back and win the game and to have that resilience without our defense, I think it shows a lot of heart, and it's nice to see. But not being able to put pressure on Matt Stafford last night was huge, in my opinion.
Appreciate the call. You know, it's funny. Trying to determine how their defense played last night is a tough one. They didn't play great. You're right. It was not a good, complete, dominant typical Seahawks defense kind of effort. They gave up way too many yards early in the game, in the running game. Obviously, the problems in Puka Nacua running wild and all of those typical Sean McVay throws right across the middle that just seem to always be wide open against the Seahawks. Doesn't seem to matter who's playing. Incredibly frustrating. I get it. But the 3 stops they had during the comeback, that's sort of your ball game. I mean, obviously Rashid Shaheed is a big part of that as well. But the reason they even had an opportunity to give it back up again to Nacua in the overtime is because of how well they played when everything just seemed to rise up at the same time. The defense, specifically the D-line, and specifically the veterans on that D-line. Leonard Williams and DeMarcus Lawrence. In that, and Chenna Nwosu as well, the 3 of them. And that's not take away from anybody else, the whole defense, what they did. But those 3 veterans in particular, understanding the situation, understanding that the team needed them to, show up in a completely different way. And they did. They showed up during those couple of minutes. Oh, man, you know what, Maura? I asked you, we have that other Damian Woody cut. I'm so sorry to ask you for this. Not the one that I put on the sheet number 20, but the other Damian Woody cut, because he spoke specifically to this, and I was like, oh, we're probably not going to need that today.
That it was the game of the year?
Yeah, because he talks about their defense and how their defense brought them back.
Yeah,
Play me that if you can.
My Lord, was that a great game. That was the best game of the year. And listen, the reason this game came down to what it came down to was the Seattle Seahawks defense. In that fourth quarter, those 3 straight 3-and-outs, that Seattle Seahawks defense really stood up to this Rams offense and allowed the Seahawks to get back in the game. That punt return for a touchdown by Rashid Shaheed. Okay, then Sam Darnold comes back and throws a touchdown pass, and they convert both 2-point conversions. And all of a sudden, the momentum just flipped in this game. Sam Darnold, after, rough outing at the beginning of the game, battled back in this game and ultimately won this game for the Seattle Seahawks. What a game.
Well, I always like to play Damian Woody sound, not just because it fit the point that the guy made, but also because he was the first guy to jump on the Seahawks bandwagon over a decade ago. 2012, he was the first guy who recognized the Seahawks as being a contender. And to hear him say some of those things now, yeah, that's maybe a little bit more meaningful to me. All right, 866-979-3776. I'm going to go to line 5, talk to Tony, who is in SeaTac. Good morning, Tony.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, amazing team win last night. I was actually at the game, and every time that Sam went back to throw, everybody in that stadium was just holding their breath. So I think there's still questions around his decision making. The Rams were able to put some pressure on him, and when they sped him up, and those 2 picks were pretty bad. Yeah, they pulled it out, but I think the questions remain around his decision making. With that said, he's a younger guy, and I've got confidence that he's growing, he's developing. I think he's just going to get better and better, so I'm super excited about the future.
I think that sums up the way a lot of people feel this morning, Tony. I don't think you're alone, right? It's hard to leave that game and not remember the first 60 minutes and not just what happened in overtime. I mean, Sam had a couple of good moments. He did, even during the regulation. But there were some, the picks were tough. That sack late in the game was really tough to watch. Oh, man. And then I thought the most telling one, I'm really excited to ask Brock about it when he gets in, is like, why did they call that game the way they did on those final couple of drives in regulation? It felt from the outside like they just don't trust. Like they had the same reaction the caller did, Tony, as people in the stands, like holding their breath, like, hey, I can't let this guy lose us the game. And then they get conservative, and they're calling these little screen passes, and you're like, that's not Seahawks football, and that's not how you win a game. You can play a conservative game in general, But at that point, you kind of expected there would be some sort of a take the leash off and let him go do his thing. Well, they did it in overtime, and obviously it eventually worked. 866-979-3776. Line 4, Mark is here in Seattle. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning. Oh, my gosh, I'm so tired. I was at the game last night, and of course, when I came home, I had to rewatch it and see what really happened. But
dedication, I appreciate that.
You kind of stole my thunder a little bit about taking the leash off. If you remember the first Rams game, it felt like we were dominating the game except for all the turnovers. And then, of course, this game, we didn't really turn the ball over until like right before the half, and we were moving the ball pretty well up until that point. And then, of course, we turned the ball over a bit late in this game yesterday, but that's when the momentum started shifting, so kind of taking the leash off. But one thing that was pretty obvious to me was the Rams' special teams is a mess. I mean, did you notice that they never once let us return a kick? They conceded the 35-yard line every single time they kicked off.
Well, and by the way, maybe they needed to. Maybe they needed to, Mark, just based on the kick return that Shaheed had a couple weeks ago or last week, and then obviously the punt return he had. I mean, he is such a dangerous weapon that maybe they felt like they were better off kicking into the end zone, conceding the 35, and just not letting Shaheed touch the ball because he's that kind of scary. And it might have been the right call, but you're right. Seahawks win games because of their special teams. They do. They've done it all year long. Their special teams have been dynamic. They end up yesterday, obviously there's the missed kick. They get the punt return for the touchdown. The holding penalty that brought the ball from the 50 all the way back to the 20. That was a huge play that went against the Rams and was, that's the way it goes. You get those holding calls. It'll kill you, completely change where you start from. It's a 30-yard difference and might have helped the Seahawks win that game. They paid attention to the special teams, and they do seem to believe that it's an important part of how they build a team, maybe even more indicative of the amount of depth that is on that team, right? You got to have a lot of depth to be good at special teams, and they do. And they are. All right, 866-979-3776. Let me play you some other sound, then I'll jump back into the calls here. But I wanted to play you guys some sound about you. That's right. Sound about you. How nice is that? Carissa Thompson, obviously from Seattle, but back there last night and right after the game had a huge crowd around her as they were talking to JSN and talking to Sam Darnold. Cut 14. She was shouting out the 12s.
Sam? How do you feel about that? Jackson, how do you feel about that group?
These fans are the real deal.
Best
fans in the world.
This is the largest crowd we've ever had post-game, and arguably the best game we've ever had on Thursday Night Football.
They needed to check the decibel level while she was talking after the game. Oh my God, that's loud. And Maury, you're absolutely right. Highlight of the whole post game was her saying, it doesn't seem like you guys are that fired up right now. And Sam Darnold being like, yeah, I'm just cold.
Just really cold. Yeah. I just have never identified with someone more because I would be the same. I would be like, I can't focus on what you're talking to me about right now because I'm freezing. So Fitzpatrick took off his pea coat, and draped it over his shoulders.
Which I hope he got dry cleaned or something afterwards. Sam's like, yeah, don't worry, man. I'm making $33 million. I'll buy you another one or something like that. But yeah, that was a very honest answer. Yeah, I'm just cold. Okay. Yeah, I agree.
JSN looked fine, and he was in short sleeves. Sam Darnold was in long sleeves, but I don't know.
They were pretty fired up, though, after the game. I mean, like, those two guys may have been calm when they got over to the crowd, but cut 17 here, Ernest Jones was not. I mean, he was, and this is probably some of the difference between offense and defense, but that game got some people fired up, and afterwards, Ernest Jones had a little message for the Rams.
They went to laughing in our face. They thought it was over with. Excuse my language. They thought it was over with. But around here, we played to the last snap, last whistle, and we showed it up today.
Darn right. Love it. Love the attitude afterwards. Love that he even apologized for the language. He's like, oh, my bad. It's on Amazon. It's not on broadcast TV. I think you can get away with that stuff. But great job by those guys. All right, let me jump back into the calls. And if I go away for a moment, it's only because I need to sneeze. 866-979-3776. Let me do let's take Alex in California on line 3. Morning, Alex.
Hey, good morning.
What's up?
Coming off of this game should be a confidence booster for Sam Darnold going forward. Because towards the end, he didn't look afraid to let it rip like Mike Macdonald's been saying. And hopefully, like you said, also the leash comes off a bit and we don't play too conservative going forward. Because just imagine if we didn't play conservative in the beginning of the game, I think it'd be totally different. I think we'd blow them out if we didn't play conservative.
I don't know about that. I think that playing some of the conservative allowed them to get to where they did. They also had, and I think this is where some of the conservatism came from, a healthy fear of what the Rams were capable of offensively. And that's not something they always have to deal with. Last week, obviously, they didn't have to deal with that with Phillip Rivers. You could see the way they handled the end of the first half. Like, they knew that if the Rams got the ball, they were a threat to score at any point. As for taking the leash off, it's curious, right? When they didn't need, like, the last couple of possessions in the fourth quarter were really bad. But the game was tied. And I guess they're looking at it like, well, you know, if it doesn't work, then it's okay. We punt it back. We're still alive. He really didn't kind of shed all of that stuff in his head until it was nothing to lose, man. You're already down a touchdown. You need to get a touchdown. You got 4 downs each time to get all the way down the field. And for whatever reason, that just seemed to wake up Sam and kind of snap him out of the funk that he had been in for much of that fourth quarter. All right, last one, 866-979-3776. I'll take one more call. Let's go to Matt in Spokane on line 5. Matt, we'll give you the last word here.
Right on. What's going on, Mike?
What's up?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing awesome, man. How could I not be? Let's go.
Exactly. Sam slayed the dragon, man. Just like you've been talking about it matters what he does in the end of the game, right? If he would have played like that in the beginning of the game, and then he would have been throwing interceptions in overtime, game's over, and we'd be saying, "Oh, same old Sam." But this was amazing. Love the show. Thanks for what you do. Talk to you later.
Oh, appreciate it, man. That's really nice of you to say. Love all the listeners in Spokane, and appreciate everyone around the state who finds a way to tune into the show. We just it means the world to us. Yeah, I'm curious to see if that's how it really goes, right? I mean, like, I've had this take forever, right? What quarterbacks do at the end is the most important thing, that the first 58, 59 minutes is about the whole team, but you got to have an ability to win it late if you're the quarterback. And it's so funny because Sam didn't have that the first couple opportunities he had last night. I mean, they were drives to nowhere. They just did nothing. And they, compound some of the frustration of the 2 picks and the 2 big sacks. And you're like, oh, yeah, like, this is not good. And what he did in that final drive, I am curious to see if that is the beginning of a totally new view on Sam Darnold. It certainly gives me hope that that's a possibility. Could I tell you, in my heart of hearts, could I tell you that after last night, I'm now 100% convinced that Sam can get it done in those spots all the time moving forward? All the time. Nobody does it all the time, but you know what I mean. Most of the time? No, it'd be hard for me to say that. If I'm giving you my absolute honest opinion, it'd be hard for me to say that. And I know it goes again. It's a little hypocritical, I know. But I definitely feel a lot better about it. I feel a lot better about Sam today than I did. So, we're getting there. Couple games left to go in the regular season. Win those 2. Finish this season with only 3 losses at 14-3. Get that first round bye. Ooh, man, that really starts to feel pretty sweet. All right, Football Friday, of course, powered by the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Brock's going to be in a minute. I wrote down more. I have, I usually write just a couple notes to myself for each segment that we're going to do. The entirety of my notes for this next segment are one word. I'll tell you what that word is next.
Here we go. Darnold has time. Looks inside. It's caught! The Seahawks win the game!
Playoff berth?
An instant classic.
This is who we are. That's Seahawks football.
Check.
Probably the craziest game I've ever seen.
With the playoffs looming, what's next?
We're always going to fight.
Complete coverage at seattlesports.com.
They now have the inside track on having the best record in the NFC.
And the home of the Seahawks.
I think this is the best team in the NFL right now.
Seattle Sports.
What does VA mean to me?
A place for my daughter to call home. Thanks to the VA Home Loan.
A new lease on life. The best healthcare team I've ever had is here at VA.
And education, and the opportunity to open doors I never thought possible with my GI Bill.
the financial support I need to manage the disabilities I developed because of my service.
Get what you earned. Visit choose.va.gov.
Not all veterans are eligible for the type or amount of benefits mentioned here.
The Oki Golf Platinum Players Card is $50 off with the Friends and Family Holiday Discount. The best value in golf. Get 7 prepaid rounds, 7 50% off guest passes, and unlimited discounted green fees at every public Oki golf course. Play favorites like the Golf Club at Newcastle, Washington National, and Harbor Point. This is the only time you'll see a deal like this. So whether you're gifting it or grabbing it for yourself, don't miss your chance. Visit okigolf.com and save $50 before December 31st.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Hey, Brock Ewart here. It's such a joy for me to be joined by Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Shannon, I've heard so much about traveling physical therapists. What's that mean to you and IRG?
That's a great question, Brock. Traveling physical therapy right now, I think, is a fad, and a lot of young therapists are doing it, but they're missing opportunities that we provide here at IRG. And those things we provide at IRG are really important, and that's being part of a team and treating patients, building relationships, engaging with our community. That is so important. The other thing is they're not getting paid time off. A crew are paid time off, and they do not get continuing education, professional growth, and that is so important as a young therapist to have access to professional growth. The other thing is we have an enhanced compensation program here at IRG that our physical therapists, our occupational therapists can increase their earnings by engagement, outcomes, and intervention. That's what we're all about. We're about building a great culture for young therapists and all clinicians to work here.
Openings across the whole company. Head over to irgpt.com/careers, irgpt.com/careers.
It's the best time of the year. Toyota-thon. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton are providing you with large savings and the widest selection of inventory on Toyota favorites like the 2025 Tacoma, leasing at just $259 a month with $39.99 due at signing. The 2026 Tundra, financing at 2.99% APR, up to 72 months, and $1,000 bonus cash. The gas and hybrid RAV4s and the Corolla Cross. It's Toyota-thon. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com. Offers valid until January 5th, 2026. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee. Model 7540.
It's a freezing night, and suddenly your heating dies. A fix could take several days or longer. Don't let this happen to you. If your system's 12 years or older, it's on borrowed time. Upgrade now to a dependable Mitsubishi electric heating and air conditioning system and keep your family comfortable. Schedule a consultation today at HomeComfortAlliance.com. For all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, visit HomeComfortAlliance.com. That's HomeComfortAlliance.com. And happy holidays to all.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory, one of the largest comebacks in college football history.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Get me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of murder.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now, here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! You know, in the Brock and Salk Show, we always try to go farther, try to go deeper, try to give you more, try to prep our show harder and better than everybody else in town, everybody else in the country. We try to hold ourselves, Brock, to a very high standard, right? And in the amount of work we do to prepare for a show, Maura could tell you, we do. We try to work really hard. And it's a Football Friday here powered by the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. So generally, when I look at my show sheet, I got some notes for every segment we're going to do. I've written some stuff down. I don't read it all. It's not scripted. But I've got it written down. Brock, for this segment here, I have one word. Can you read it? I know you need your...
Oh, you said wow.
That's all I got.
Wow.
That's all I got for this segment is one word. Wow.
Yeah.
What a night. What a game. You were there. What did you see?
Well, sitting in this seat, I think the last time on air I was in this seat was when Gray Zabel got picked. And that was really fun. And I think I was hopping over here and made a fool of myself and screamed and yelled. I think last night was the exact same exhilaration plus 10 because there were 70,000 a few left, mad men and women that just unleashed after that 2-point conversion. Because in the booth, honestly, it felt like you and me in the 2015 NFC title game. That's what that game gave me some vibes. At one point, I turned to Coach Peterson and Damon. They were up there in the booth. And I said, well, it looks like the playoffs are going to go through L.A., boys. Right after the interception, it's 30-14. There's 8.5 minutes to go. Your odds of winning are 3%. And I'm like, well, they got to beat us a third time. Right? I'm already trying to rationalize. Like, it's not a hard place to play. It's actually really nice. And then the punt return happened. And to me, being in the building, and I was listening and driving in, and some callers that were there. To me, that had to happen.
Sure. Yeah, you needed a
spark,
an off-schedule kind of spark play.
Fake field goal by John Ryan had to happen.
Right.
For the onside kick to happen. For the 2-point conversion to happen. For the Jermaine Kearse overtime touchdown to happen.
Well, and those
dominoes had to fall.
So many similar
yes.
play. I mean, yeah, of all the Seahawks games we've watched in our years together, the similarity factor between those two was probably the highest. Obviously not quite as much at stake yesterday, but Russ had 4 picks in that game, bounces back to throw the game winner. Sam has 2 picks and 2 brutal sacks, bounces back to throw 2 game winners on the final drive.
Cooper Kupp fumbles right before half, and then he comes up with the biggest catch.
Of course he does. Very similar to Jermaine Kearse, who had a few of those balls bounce off his hands. He makes the touchdown catch late. You have the 2-point conversion to Luke Wilson, which to this day is one of the weirdest plays I've ever seen. Until last night. And I think there's a legit debate when we get away from it as to which one is weirder. But, the way it finished last night, here, I'll play it for you. Well, at least the end of it. I don't have the beginning of the play.
Yes.
But here is cut 2. This is how that one at least ended.
After reviewing the play, the quarterback threw a backward pass, which was recovered in the end zone by the offense. It is a successful conversion.
And when you watch it with the populace rather than just in your couch, you're in that suite or your people around you, and you're like, did that just happen? What just happened? What are they reviewing? Because initially it's like, what are they reviewing?
Because it looked like the worst play ever. I mean, it looked like a play that had no chance to work.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, teams run it, and the Rams run it, and they ran it in a tight window, and the Rams ran it against you the first time for a touchdown to Devontae.
You watch it there, and you're like, well, that's never going to work.
Yeah. It's a lot of massive humanity that ball's got to get through.
Oof.
I talk about a car wash ball, through a car wash not getting wet. That one had to go through a really long car wash.
Didn't make it.
No. But then you see the replay, and we're sitting there literally, and Coach Peterson, right, he's watching a gazillion football, and we're all talking like, what are they possibly reviewing before the kickoff? Yeah, because you don't know before the kickoff, and it didn't happen right after the play. It happened like when they were lining up to kick off. Like, Why are they bringing? What are they reviewing?
Terry McAuley had it pretty quick. He was like,
Oh, yeah.
guys, that might be a backwards, like right off the bat, he had a sense that they were going to review it, and good on them. Whoever figured that out right away. And it was, I mean, they got the call right.
Yeah.
I know there's been a lot of whiny Rams fans and even some Rams players who think, the whistle blew, so it shouldn't. Well, that's not the way it's not the way it's written. To me, that's kind of Tuck rule like. Yeah, I get it. It feels like maybe the rule should be the other way, but that's not the rule. The rule is that the whistle doesn't mean anything. I'm sorry that you feel that way. I'm sorry that you don't want the rule to be that, but it's up to the officials to actually, enforce the rules that have been written, and that's exactly what they did last
And
night.
how about Charbonnet? Just having the awareness.
No,
Salk. Most people just walk away from that ball.
I saw Mike Sando agreeing with Salk and I too.
Sorry,
He
buddy.
didn't feel like there was no. He didn't go over there and run and grab the ball because he thought it was still live. He picked it up like he was ready for the next play.
He picked it up to
100%.
give it to the ref.
Oh, quite possibly.
If
But
you
he
want to give
still picked him
Charbonnet
up.
kudos,
But he still picked it up.
you give him kudos for being a nice guy. And he deserves those. He's a pleasant fellow. He did a really nice thing for the officials in that moment, being a good guy. Did he have the presence of mind? I don't know, but I'll give him credit. It doesn't really matter.
It doesn't
At the end of the
matter.
day, it all works out, and it's yet another totally bizarre play in that north end zone to go with the Luke Wilson 2-point conversion and the Fail Mary and Cam Chancellor's play, Earl Thomas's play, and the ball that got batted out of bounds, and all of the other weird plays that have happened in the north end zone. I said it at 6. Weird things happen in the north end zone so the Seahawks can win games in the south one.
Yes.
It's just how it is.
Oh.
If you've got seats in Lumen and you sit near the north end zone, you've seen all the weirdest plays in Seahawks history. If you have seats in the south end zone, you've seen all the game winners and the biggest moments.
The tip and the touchdown and adding last night, and what a play. I'll go through.
Where was the Tony Romo one? Was that the south end
I think
zone?
that was the north end zone too.
Was it really?
Where he dropped the ball? Yeah, that's the north end zone too.
Weird play.
Yes, yep.
Yeah.
Some kooky stuff down there, man.
Strange, man.
And then the place was just electrified. I don't know what you could feel or sense or Al. I was listening to some of Al's calls when I got back to the house last night, and for Al that was a 10. I mean he was on it, but it was from the little things we were wearing on our wrists, like I guess they do those at Taylor Swift concerts.
Oh, the lighting.
Yes.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Everybody. So the stadium was just lit so often, and at halftime and at pregame, and it was just it was part rock concert. It was just part brawl. Right, I mean, it was physical, and the Rams' line is good. I did not think they were that good, and I know Puka's a lot of things.
Yeah, we'll get to him.
Is a football player, so
He's
as a
really
receiver,
good. He's really good.
I had no sense that he was that.
Yeah, I asked you a few weeks ago
My
after he made that
gosh.
backhanded one-handed catch, would you rather have him or JSN? And obviously, I think right now the answer is easy. I'd rather have JSN on my football team. I don't think it's a question.
As a human being, yes.
I mean, and just see, you probably didn't get to see the post-game show, but JSN was so cool and so chill. Him and Sam sitting there, and they're like, hey, how do you feel about this? And he's just like, hey, man, just try to win games, whatever you got to do. He just
Not
really
about
has
me.
a great sense of
Yeah,
it.
not about me.
That other guy's a turd.
Yeah.
I mean, he really is. I don't want him on my football team, but he is,
So
as
in
a wide
person,
receiver,
in person,
he's
it's
just as good as JSN.
I
There's no
mean,
doubt.
he might be the best in the league right now with JSN. And he was a 5th round pick that, 4'6" guy, not that fast, not that dynamic, anything around him, and contested catches and physical catches, and they played man and they played zone and they tried to roll to him, and it just didn't matter. You just did not have an answer for
What
him
did it
last night.
feel like in the building when the defense came alive for those 3 stops in a row?
They just fed off one another. Mike talks all the time about complimentary ball, and that was a unique complimentary ball kind of game until, it really wasn't in the first half because they were on the field the whole game and you couldn't stop them, and they did what they wanted to do, and they took the starch out of you and they took the rush out of you. And then in the fourth quarter, it was totally complimentary. Again, starting with the special teams and that phase of it, that was like, oh my gosh, we got a chance. Hold on a second, we got a chance.
It was only a 2-score game. I know it felt one way.
Yes.
But it's only a 2-score game, and I that's why me. I hate these stats. 178. No, it's a 2-score game.
That said, but when the hay's in the barn and they have 580 yards of offense,
I know,
and they're +3 in turnovers,
it's a weird game.
It has never happened in the history of the game.
I know, it's never happened.
Yes.
And that, but 2-score game in the fourth quarter. Spare me the 2.5% chance. I think it was Mike Florio who wrote yesterday, like, it sure feels like these things happen a whole lot more often than the percentages give them credit for on these stupid charts of what the chances were to win. They're just bunk, man. It was a two-score
so now
game.
now the hay's in the barn. Okay, now I can ask you, not about what's going to happen. Let me just ask you about how you were feeling. Lyle, Mora, okay, Rams go down and score, kick a PAT. They're down 7. Did you think that Sam was going to drive the ball and the Seahawks were going to score a touchdown? And did you think they were going to go for 2? Because the minute they scored,
I was 100% sure they would go for 2.
You were 100%.
And I have evidence on my phone, texting with my buddies to prove it.
Okay.
Because I said, look, if they score, they have to go for 2.
Mm-hmm.
The Rams can tie and still beat the Seahawks.
And be the ones.
They needed to win in order to get that second.
Yet there
win
was
over
calculus that if you go for 2 and it is a tie, you're in the playoffs. So,
yeah, but they're going to probably get into the playoffs either way. Like you were going to give the Rams a chance to come back and win.
Yes.
You had to go for it. I don't even think that was a choice.
Yes.
To me, that was the easiest choice Mike Macdonald had to make all night. You go for 2. There was no other option. Did I feel in my gut that Sam Darnold was going to drive the team down for a touchdown?
He was 1-3. I mean, 2-3. Now he's 3-3.
I don't think I could say that I did, but I didn't feel as bad in that spot as I did at other times during the game. Because there's a YOLO element to it. Like, he gets 4 downs every single time. He's got plenty of time. Like, all he needs to do is, quote, unquote, all he needs to do is score a touchdown. That's not easy.
And a 2-point.
But there's no time structure to it. And he gets a full complement of 4 downs all the way. That's why you kicked off to begin with, to start the overtime.
That's right.
So I didn't feel that bad about it, honestly. I really didn't feel that bad about it.
Oh, man, it was something. It was one of those nights that if you were there or you're watching, or just as everybody said, like game of the year for Thursday Night Football, and it's a 4-year history for Herbie. It lived up to all.
All right, we got to come back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know, some more sound from last night, and then we'll dig into Sam Darnold in earnest coming up at 7:30. We're with you guys all morning long leading up to Mike Macdonald at 9:30. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Here we go. Darnold has time. Looks inside. It's caught! The Seahawks win the game!
Playoff berth?
An instant classic.
This is who we are. That's Seahawks football.
Check.
Probably the craziest game I've ever seen.
With the playoffs looming, what's next?
We're always going to fight.
Complete coverage at SeattleSports.com.
They now have the inside track on having the best record in the NFC.
And the home of the Seahawks.
I think this is the best team in the NFL right now.
Seattle Sports.
At Washington Energy Services, we take the time to get to know you and your home. We have the passion and commitment to see each project through and to treat our work as more than just a job. For over 65 years, we've offered award-winning home services, from heating and cooling, plumbing and electrical, to windows and doors. Complete home improvement handled from start to comfort. For peace of mind when you need it most, count on Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
We're making a difference, everybody. G. Scott here. Thanks to your generosity, more than $2.5 million has been donated to Nourishing Neighbors at Safeway, and those grocery cars have already helped families across Washington. But the need is growing. Rising costs and now massive flooding have displaced families from their homes. Please help. When you shop at Safeway, donate at checkout. Your gift provides grocery cars so families can shop with dignity. Learn more at nourishingneighbors.com.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
The birth of the American supercar is now open at America's Car Museum. Curated by Steve Saleen, it's a high-octane journey through muscle, speed, and rare supercars, plus racing simulators, great food, and family fun. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Step into Seahawks game day at the Pro Shop, where the roar of the 12s begins. And official Seahawks gear is always within reach.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
This is the Pro Shop. Visit the official store of the Seattle Seahawks, located at Lumen Field and the Landing in Renton.
This is the home of the Seahawks. Gonna let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN Seattle Sports.
Big Nation Station reminds listeners many uniformed personnel and healthcare providers will spend this holiday season working hard to keep us safe. These heroic men and women spend long hours away from home, protecting our freedom and providing critical medical care. Please thank them for their many sacrifices and putting their lives on the line for us every day. Happy holidays to you and yours from the entire team at Big Nation Station. We've got a complete stock of beverages, snacks, hot food, and more, and are wishing you and yours a very happy and safe holiday season.
Need a break from everything? Escape to a place where anything is possible and the fun never stops. At Silver Reef Casino Resort, you'll discover world-class dining, championship caliber golf, a full sports book and bar, over 1,000 top-rated slots and table games, and so much more. Come join the fun and see why we've been consistently rated one of the region's top destinations. Visit silverreefcasino.com to book your stay and discover all the exciting events and promotions we have in store for you. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5, exit 260.
Dave Wyman joined by Dr. Daniel Landis. He's on the Swedish CyberKnife team treating prostate cancer. Dr. Landis, how do patients feel about their experience?
Patients overall tell me that their experience was really amazing. They had minimal disruption of their lives. They didn't have to take time off work. And they tell me it's like Star Trek, where you push a button and the cancer can go away.
If you're diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate.
As a quarterback, you cannot run a winning play with a messy playbook. And most companies' data, well, it's a mess. AI is changing the game, but if your data is scattered, you're stuck on the sidelines. Brock Heward here, and this is where my friends at Marquee Data come in. They get your data in shape, clean, connected, ready to perform, so you can finally put AI to work for your business. Whether sales, finance, or operations, every smart move starts with the right data. So head to mydataqb.com to draw up your game-winning data play today. That's Marquee Data or mydataqb.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, we called it the game of the year leading up to it, and it 100% delivered on that. Just about everything you would ever want to see. A crazy comeback from 16 points down in the fourth quarter. It could not have happened without this.
So here's a 1st and goal from the 4. Darnold under center with Charbonnet in the back.
Sorry, I had the wrong one highlighted.
That's all right.
This is a high wobbly kick. Shaheen has to run up, makes the catch at his own 43. Starts up the middle. Now he has a gap on the left side 40. Turns upfield. There he goes. 20, 15, 10, 5. Holy catfish. Touchdown, Seahawks. I'm telling you, the coach is next door breaking the glass. And Rashid Shaheed does it again.
This dude has a different kind of gear, man. He changed that game in a number of different ways. Sure, we'll get to him in takeaways, but you had that. You had the crazy 2-point conversion, only because it was a backwards pass fumble recovered in the end zone by accident. You had 2 picks, a couple of bad sacks, but then you had a near pick from Ernest Jones that would have changed the game in overtime, and instead you get a final drive to rewrite every storyline in that game, finishing with Sam Darnold going 4 for 4 on that drive, a great throw and catch to Cooper Kupp, a beautiful touchdown to JSN, the game winner 2-point conversion, do or die to my guy Eric Saubert, who I love, and just incredible. Afterwards, Sam spoke about his night.
I mean, I think for us, it was just, for me especially, I've had games like this in the past where, I haven't played necessarily my best football and turned the ball over, but at the end of the game, you see yourself on the other side. It's not great when you have, interceptions and turnovers. You want to limit that, but all you can do is fight back. And for us, I was just going to continue to plug away and get the guy, get the ball to open receivers and go through my reads.
Greatest sports radio storyline talking about game since probably the NFC Championship game in 15. Like, there were so many storylines. I got some stats here. I'm like, oh, that's really nice, Salk. You printed out some stats. These stats were from the last game 5 weeks ago. And you would have think, no, I understand. They were just on the table here.
All right.
It was in my paper, and they're on the table here. And I'm looking at it. I'm like, hold on a second. Matthew Stafford didn't throw for 130 yards. Are these the first quarter stats? No, that was the matchup 5 weeks ago, and how different this matchup was from that matchup. Right? Did not have many answers for the Rams, even without Devontae Adams. Did not have many answers for the MVP of the league, who now pushes his total to 40 touchdowns to 5 interceptions, as Stafford threw 3 more with no turnovers last night. And yet, you said at the end of the show last night, or yesterday, I said to you, I think the Seahawks have more ways to win. I didn't know it'd be that. I didn't know it'd be Saubert. I didn't know it'd be a punt return. And you said, well, they've got the most obvious. They did. They had the most obvious.
475 yards.
Yes, he did. And it still wasn't
enough. Unbelievable. Seahawks are 12-3. They win both games left. They get the number 1 seed, the first round bye, home field throughout. And they also did clinch, by the way, a postseason berth with the win yesterday.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Now, they're also fortunate to have the mini-bye now, because that was a physical game, took a physical toll. Looks like Nick Eamon-Warry's going to be okay. He was evaluated for a concussion. Turns out that he could have come back into that game, so that's good news there. Kobe Bryant, though, that did not look good. He left and did not return. Reek Woolen was injured in this one, lower leg injury as well. So we'll see. That's all in one position. All those issues in the secondary, well, it may have affected Puka Nacua in a positive way on that final drive. He went for 224 yards the same day he offered a completely empty, by-the-book apology for his comments and actions on that live stream, went into the locker room after the game, and immediately tweeted, "Can you say I was wrong? Appreciate you, Stripes, for your contribution, LOL." He deleted it eventually, of course. What a brat. I mean, I just could not have been rooting against him harder, and I was getting emotional about it last night. Yes. But Sean McVay, I don't think appreciated getting asked questions about it afterwards.
What are you talking about?
You just put something on Twitter a couple minutes ago.
So what are you asking me right now?
Are you okay?
I can't answer questions about something that I'm not aware of.
Okay, but are you okay with players kind of expressing frustration over things like that? Or is that something that you hope that they kind of keep to themselves?
I got to have more information before I answer any of those kind of questions.
What conversations have you had with Puka about his live stream this week?
Yeah, he was very apologetic. I don't think he understood the totality of some of the things. I think he issued that apology. I know this guy's heart, and for anybody that was offended, terribly sorry about that. I know he feels that same exact way. He's a young guy that's a great kid that's continuing to learn about, just the platform that he had.
I hate to hear him called a great kid. Spare me.
Yeah, not a kid.
Spare me.
Grown man, and to come into the locker room with all of that and still tweet. And that's what Sean did not know at that point when he's at the podium.
Oh, he did so mad.
He did what? He did what?
So mad. Kudos to Kenneth Walker, Brock. He was great last night. 100 yards on the nose.
One of those runs we talked about.
They had over 170 yards on the ground, which was pretty important. 96 receiving yards for JSN. Just an incredible night.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, real quick, Kraken lose. They were up 2-1. They gave it back. They lose 4-2 to Calgary. Ugly. And I mentioned this quickly yesterday, but just mention it again here on what is a big football day. Zips projections came out for the Mariners yesterday. Without even making another move, Zip sees them as a 550 to 580 win percentage team. That would translate to 89 to 94 wins without making another deal.
Yep.
Pretty crazy.
Yep. I mean, I think that speaks to the strength of the youth, the roster, all the returners that you do have, the importance of getting Josh Naylor into that mix, and now the opportunity to pivot whatever way this market and whatever way the kind of trade conditions are going to be and the trade winds would be most favorable.
All right, that is everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk show. Mike Macdonald in 2 hours, Brock. That's why we're here at Virginia Mason Athletic Center this morning, getting ready for Coach. I got all sorts of good stuff for him today. I know, like just one of those games where you feel like you could talk to him forever about it. But let's get to the biggest subject of the day. It was the biggest subject coming in. It was all anybody could talk about. It was what I heard on my drive to work this morning on Unsportsmanlike.
Seahawks defense.
What did this night mean for one Sam Darnold?
Oh, that guy.
It's next on Brock and Salk.
Be the first to hear from Seahawks head coach Mike Macdonald the morning after every game on the Mike Macdonald Show.
Good morning, Coach. How are you?
This thing on?
On and ready for you.
The morning after every Seahawks game at 9:30 with Brock and Salk.
Being in front of the 12s is going to be a lot of fun. Trying to bring everybody together so we can push in the same direction.
Get the podcast on the Seattle Sports app and seattlesports.com. It's the Mike Macdonald Show, only on Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks.
All right, some days I think about retirement more than others. Today's not one of those days. Today I'm excited. Today I couldn't wait to come in for work, even on 2 hours sleep, because who wouldn't want to talk about everything we saw last night? But if you want to retire one day, you got to start thinking about it well in advance. That means maxing out those 401ks, right? Maybe you got one with a previous employer. Well, it could create a higher investment cost if you do. So if you're not sure what to do with it, call Trajan Wealth today. Discuss how to optimize those funds and get that money working for you again. In fact, if you just want them to take a second look on everything you've got, they'll do that. Their core philosophies include low expenses, manager tenure, tax efficiency, and the one that I really found incredible was just how individualized everything is. They asked me so many questions, really got a sense as to my needs, what I wanted, and then set about creating a plan that fit exactly that. Call Trajan Wealth today. Schedule a complimentary introductory meeting to learn more. Call 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300. Or go to Trajan, Trajan, TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with a Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Storm damage can hit your home hard. Your roof, siding, windows, and even your deck. That's why we're here 24/7 to respond when you need us most. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. From emergency repairs to complete replacements, State Roofing and Exteriors has the team, the skills, and the experience to protect your home after the storm. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Majority of the people that are coming to see us are within our community. These are people who are providing maybe services that we also use in our community. So the LJ way, to me, somebody can come into a retail setting and not feel like they got to have their guard up. And that's been a long-standing thing in the car business that, we've tried to shape.
Todd and Brett, they made it really easy. You either take care of the customer or I will. So that empowered you, so if something does come up, to do the right thing.
It wasn't just working for a store, right? I was working for a legacy. I can't tell you how many people have come in and said, I've bought 3 cars here. My family has bought 7 cars here. My father or my mother have bought cars here. That's kind of rare nowadays, to get that type of longevity. You have to be doing something right.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Guys, if you're worn down, putting on weight, dealing with low T symptoms, or ED, something's off. Ignoring symptoms doesn't fix the real issue. For a limited time, Revive Men's Health Washington is offering free full diagnostic panels. A $400 value. It checks testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. The key areas that reveal what's driving low T, ED, and more. Plus, qualified patients get up to 25% off select treatments now through year end. This gives you a clear answer on what's off and the steps to improve it. Over 120,000 patients have trusted Revive since 2011 because the results are real. Claim your free full diagnostic panel today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Sam Darnold, he was the conversation coming in, and he's the conversation going out. He wins the game last night with as good a drive as you'll ever see in overtime. Took him right down the field, made a couple of tremendous throws on the drive. Obviously the touchdown throw to JSN, and then, of course, the final play, the two-point conversion. Unbelievable. Before that, well, it was a little different conversation about the way Sam played.
Fernando Rodney.
I got a
up.
lot of thoughts about Sam last night. So let me start here with you. I'm going to ask you a couple questions, and then I'm ultimately going to give you where I landed on last night.
Okay.
Do you think last night changed more people's minds about Sam or reaffirmed whatever people already thought about Sam?
I think it slightly tilts it when you win that game. And you score 38 points, and you are that big in the biggest moment, right? We're just prisoners of the final thing that we see in the final moment. And, you of all people say all the time, I don't really care what you do. When you get to those moments, you've got to deliver. And that's now back-to-back weeks. And all of a sudden 1-3 becomes 3-3 in game-ending drives. So I think it tilts it that way. It doesn't overwhelm it. For those that think he can't play and he turns it over and he's frenetic and he's scared and blah, 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 they've got evidence in the game. But you've got to give him the benefit of the doubt that he just won a game that he's not won before. I mean, he hadn't won that game before, right? He loses to Detroit. He loses to L.A. He loses down in L.A. Like these big stages, national audience, like you've not won that game yet. I don't care what you've done, what your numbers are, good, bad, ugly, and they've been largely ugly. You just haven't won it. So to finally, I kept saying in the suite there, like, this is the hump. This is the hump. Like, you got to get over the hump. And there are moments last night where he's starting to climb the hump and then it's slid right back down.
Yeah.
And then we're kind of behind another hump. Camels, I think, can have multiple humps. And then he gets over the little hump, and then here we go. All right, Matthew Stafford just threw for 480 yards and 3 touchdowns and just scored a touchdown. Here's the ball. Go drive and score in a 2-point conversion.
A bit of a Sisyphus story, right? As he's pushing that rock up the hill.
Yes.
Came all the way back down.
Yes.
You got to go back up the hill again.
So those on either side, kind of like the politics, you're never going to change their mind. Those in the middle, you might have moved a couple over to go, you know what?
That's well said.
That might be a confidence builder.
What changed? Why did he look what was going on early,
Okay.
and then what changed on the final drive?
So early was pretty good, right? Early was kind of conservative. The first half, there weren't mistakes. You know, he was fine. The drop by Barner sucked, ended the drive.
Yeah.
You know, JSN's got a contested catch on third down that Puka makes, and he doesn't make on a hitch route. Like,
unfortunately,
great throw to Cooper Kupp that's going to go down and score before half, maybe a touchdown. So first half, I thought
he was fine,
totally fine, and limited possessions. And then he got fooled. And, you know, he talked about it in the game, and again, talking just some football up in the booth, watching it with some people that have been around it, like, is that man, is that zone? You know, in the disguise that Chris Shula does, he'll be a head coach, their D coordinator for the Rams, will be another head coach in this league. Does a really good job at disguising, because you try to run motions and shifts to get indicators. Is that man, is that zone? Because oftentimes you'll have split field reads. Well, this is my man side, this is my zone side. And they kind of fooled him because it sure looked like man. And he's running a double slant, and he's thinking, man,
figure that out?
Yeah, he needs to go beyond the indicator. And he'll tell you, like the Rams the first time, got him a bunch because of that post-snap, not just pre-snap, then post-snap recognition.
So what you're saying is it's his job in that moment. The ball is snapped. Before the ball is snapped, he looks at it and says, man.
Mm-hmm.
Then the ball is snapped, and he needs to do a second read before he throws the ball.
Yes.
And that's the expectation of a quarterback in the NFL.
In all of that happens in about half a second. It's kind of like a catcher all of a sudden having to pop up and throw somebody out a second. Like that reaction time that you see Cal Raleigh when you're sitting in those seats. Like, how does he do that? But that's what you got to do. And that's what you got to feel. That's what you got to see. And you know what? If you're wrong, and all of a sudden that ball, oh, maybe you dirt it. Oh, maybe you sail it over. Maybe, I don't know. I can't tell for sure what it is, but when you're in between or then when you read wrong, it goes the other way.
And the picks?
That was the first pick.
The sacks?
Yeah, the sacks are a little harder for me. I got to probably watch some of the coaching tape. The sack there on the penultimate drive was tough. 2nd and 8, right? 2nd and 8. Can't take a sack. Just that one you have to throw away. First 2 reads aren't there, duff it. Just throw it away. You saw Stafford do that a bunch, right? Where he just threw it away. I'm not going to put the ball in harm's way, and I'm not going to take a negative 10-yard play that killed the drive. The final sack of the was all Bradford. Just terrible. Gets beat. He's got to check it down, and that one I don't put on him. But the second down one, yeah, again, just.
Why do you think he was so able to cut it loose on that final drive? I have a theory, but why do you think he
I think it's what you said earlier.
Just YOLO.
It is. You only live once.
There's nothing left here.
No. He's got a tab really small behind his ear.
Well, right.
You know?
I got to go all the way down. Like,
That's
there's no other choice here. There is no conservative because we've got to get all the way down the field.
Yes.
And there's no time pressure either, and I think that helps. It's a weird, rare situation where you need a touchdown, but the clock is completely meaningless. You don't need to leave time. None of it matters. The only thing that matters is get all the way down the field in whatever time it takes you.
Yep.
Weird.
And as like kind of negative.
And you get 4 downs per set of downs to do.
Correct. You just know. I got 4 shots at this.
Every time.
Every time.
Every time.
Yes.
Such a strange deal.
That is why I think that data will tell you to do what they did, and that is to kick. Even though
absolutely.
It's kind of counterintuitive because you've watched all these overtime games that go down and score and put the pressure up. No, that 4-down mindset's a big deal. A big deal. And oh, by the way, the Rams had that from the jump. On the first 4th down of the game at their own 30-something yard line, they whatever that was, like, what? You know, so they played with some of that mindset, that aggression. And then, when all the chips were on the table, here you go, Sam.
What did you make of...
And by the way, let me just say, critical of the first interception, second interception likewise, even if the D tackle doesn't, there's no window to throw that. That was just kind of a force. That was one of those I'm chasing that Chris Long said. And when like a gambler that's down and he starts chasing, like just again, throw it into the 3rd row, and
down near the goal line.
That's
where
right.
It's easy to throw it away.
And so for all of that, Salk, I'm telling you, the throw to Cooper Kupp was extraordinary.
Tremendous throw and catch.
I mean, as good as you can possibly, and he gets buried on that play. It wasn't like all of a sudden the protection was just elite. It was on the 2-point play. It was the best it had been all game. But that throw to Cooper Kupp, he's staring down the barrel. You're going to get hit right in the chops.
Why do you think, and this is the last question, and we can dig into a little bit more of the opinion on it. Why do you think they were so conservative on those final cuts, especially that one drive where on 2nd and 3rd down.
Yeah, short little screens.
I mean,
bubbles.
that was, to me, the challenge there, and this factors into the view of Sam. is it felt anyway in that moment
Yes.
like the coaching staff did not have any confidence in him, and that makes it hard for everyone else to believe that, hey, I'm supposed to have confidence in him when it doesn't look like the offensive coordinator has any confidence in him right then.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's a fair question.
And I don't know. Again, that's a read from the outside. I'm not accusing Clint Kubiak of not having faith in Sam Darnold. For all I know, they just thought that was the best way to pick up 10 yards. But from the outside, and I know I'm not alone, it felt anyway as if that might be a big factor.
I think it was twofold. I think Sam was the majority of that because he is the quarterback and could probably change things if he wanted to or whatever. It was also the way that the O-line was or was not protecting. And who are the Rams' best players? Puka Nacua, Stafford, and then those two ends. And then 91 was just a monster last night. Kobe, whatever, he was a force inside. So those were also plays like, do we want to get in drop back? Do we want to get in play action? What do we want to do? Just get the ball out. Spray it on the edge and make these guys tackle on the perimeter. Right? That's going to be better for us than trying to block it up and maybe throw in the middle.
I really hope that's it. I really hope that's the answer, and I certainly give that as a possibility. I really hope you're right, and that's what the reasoning was there, because the alternative is really scary.
Yes, because of perception, and it is. And there's kind of whispers up in the booth, like, pretty conservative right there. Like, yeah, but you're also trusting your defense. It just forced 2 3-and-outs.
But they hadn't really trusted their defense all day. Like,
not
the
till
whole
the fourth
game
quarter.
was like, I can't really trust my defense.
Well, the other conundrum they put you in is, in watching that up there, and I kept saying to Chris, like, can we just make it hard? Just play press man. Get up and challenge these guys because they're playing so much zone. Check down, like just gimmies. What I like to call gimmies, right? There's a gimme, there's a gimme.
Watching those wide open crossers every time.
I know.
It's so hard.
Yes. But then when you play man, you get your little linebacker on their tight ends, and those are tough matchups.
Yeah, no kidding.
There's not really a great. You're just kind of in conflict and in a bind, and you hope to get just enough, and they did. And oh, by the way, while they gave up 580 and everything else, when the game was on the line in that fourth quarter, they had to get those stops,
and they were unbelievable.
And they did.
The defense in the fourth quarter was
just
truly shockingly good. I think at the end of the day, I give Sam an A. I mean, I've been very clear about this. You win the game, you get the A. If you do that at the end, you drive the team down the field. When they need it most, you get an A. He really struggled on a lot of the tests leading up to the finale. He really struggled on the mid. Maybe he got a little retake, right? My kid's school, everybody gets a retake. Oh, how'd you do? Oh, I failed. What happens next? I just take a retake.
What?
Oh, do they retake everything?
What?
You can retake anything. Any kid that doesn't get an A at this school should be embarrassed. They can retake anything. Oh, how'd you do? I didn't meet a standard. What next? Just do a retake tomorrow. Okay? So, like, if my kids don't go home with straight A's, like, I send them out to sleep with the dogs outside. Like, forget it. You better get an A. Like, you get a retake. Sam got 3 retakes. He just kept getting retake after retake after retake, but it worked. He ended up getting an A when it was all said and done. And then trying to think of, okay, so what does this mean for him? Who is he? Because that's what you're trying to figure out, and that's what everybody was talking about. Who is Sam Darnold? Sam Darnold's a good quarterback. He's a good quarterback. He is. He's a good quarterback. He's got weaknesses. He's got strengths. He is ultimately, to me, and we'll see. I mean, again, this is where I land today, and all these things are in flux. He's a guy that needs help. He can't do it himself.
He's Goff. He's Purdy.
He's in that same conversation.
He's in that bucket that gets to a Super Bowl.
He's not Josh Allen.
Garoppolo.
He's not Josh Allen. He's not Lamar. He's not Patrick Mahomes. He's not Tom Brady or Peyton Manning or Drew Brees or some of these all.
Or Matt Stafford last night. So
or Matt Stafford, absolutely, yes. Put Stafford in that category as well. He's not one of those guys. He's not. Let's just be honest with each other. He's not. But he does appear to be in the category of guys who can win you enough big games to be a complementary part of the puzzle for a kind of, overall great team like the Seahawks are. So can they win the Super Bowl with Sam Darnold? Yes. Does that make him a franchise quarterback, depending on your definition? Yeah, probably. Is he a guy that I'm like, I really want the ball in his hands in the biggest moments? I think that's still going to be hard for me to say, but this team is so complete, so multiple, so varied, so deep, and has so many ways to beat you that they are finding ways to use him as part of that complementary style that Mike Macdonald has said from the jump he wants to play. So I guess that's where I land on Sam. It's a complex answer.
It sure is, and he is great for sports radio.
He sure is.
He has a lot of different talking points. I'd say this lastly before Blue 88, kind of two buckets. The one bucket is this dude fits this team.
Mm-hmm.
This quarterback fits this team.
100%.
Personality, humility, toughness, process. Fits this head coach, right? He was raving about him yesterday. It doesn't matter what happens at practice. If he's at a red zone practice at Salk's at and he throws 8 picks, like, it doesn't change him. He's not going to be changed, and he's gritty, and he's got that background. So, when things are on fire, guess what? I can go down and I can drive it in overtime and 2-point conversion to win this sucker. So that's one side of it. It's just the fit with JSN and Cooper and Mike and Clint. Like, it's a fit.
Yep.
Gino wasn't a fit. Russell by the end was not a great fit. It was just in all those ways. He is.
He's got the right personality.
And then secondly, and this is what Damon and I and Coach were chatting about on the drive home, like, does this one really just finally, like, Cattell Marte getting paid, free me up to right?
We don't know yet.
We don't know yet, but I'd have to imagine from the psychology of, like, yeah, man,
I can do this.
I can do this.
I really hope it does, because that would be huge for them. The last thing I'll say, the Sam Darnold conversation quiets for a little while, right? Because of what he's done and because of all the things I just said. When it starts to get complicated is when you talk about paying him. That's the only time this starts to be complicated again, because you say, all right, if he is exactly what I just said he was, and I don't know, but if he is that, how much can you pay that guy, right?
Yep.
How much can you pay Brock Purdy? How much can you pay Jimmy Garoppolo? How much can you pay Jared Goff?
Mm-hmm.
If they're not Josh Allen, if they're not Patrick Mahomes, can you give them those top-level deals and still expect to have a contending team? We're not at that point for a few years. We don't have to have that conversation. Instead, I can just ask you 3 good football questions. We call it Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, powered by Xfinity.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, I got to understand what happened on the 2-point conversion, Brock. So, first of all, that was the 3rd time they lined up for the play.
Correct.
You line up for a play, the Rams call timeout. You kind of figured that might happen, but you can't know that's going to happen. Then you line up for a play, you know you're going to call timeout, and you do, and then you line up for a 3rd play.
Correct.
So was that their 3rd best play, or was that the one they were hoping to get to all along? How does that work?
Yeah, and I'll ask Coach this because I don't know.
He's not going to tell you.
No, not that part of it. Just how many typically 2-point plays does Clint have on his call sheet?
Okay.
Because we had kind of 1.5, 2. I mean, a lot of other stuff that we do from the 5 and in, but like as far as pure, like, okay, here's our 2-point plays, and we know it, we know we're going to run it. And even when I was in the league, I think it was typically like 2. And I was like, oh boy, they're on number 3, right? First one was really well done. Second one was quite fortunate. And the third one was the absolute blissful charm. So, yeah, there was a little gamesmanship. What are you going to show? What personnel are you going to be in? And okay, now we don't maybe love this look, or maybe a little placebo effect. We're going to go down here. And then they get to just a tremendous call. That let's first and foremost say this O-line, their single best protection of the whole game was that play. Abe Lucas was phenomenal. The inside guys did their job. Saubert gives a little chip on the edge. Josh Jones puts that enormous frame, and saw him on pregame on the field. That's a big boy, and he just put his frame right in the way of Jared Verse and got a little push, but gave Sam all the time to go, as Mike said post-game, to 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. So he's looking to his right. He's got 2 receivers there. They're both covered. Could have maybe thrown an out route to Cooper Kupp. It's been a tight window. Yeah, and then, he is a QB. You're like, okay, 1, 2 out. And this is a moment of truth. Do I have somebody in my face? Do I got to escape? That's usually what happens. I don't. And I can come back to Barner, who's on a cross, and he takes 3 guys, and Saubert is right there, as open as you'll ever see any human being from the 3-yard line. We used to call that, why delay? And so he's just going to chip, and he's going to delay, and he's going to let everything go out and not ever see that.
So that play is not for him.
No, he's the fourth guy. Fourth guy on the play. But he timed it perfectly, and those defenders did not pass it off. And 3 of them take Barner thinking, well, kind of like the play that went down the wire against the Niners in the north end zone on the final play of that game that you were a half yard short. Saubert gets into the end zone, does his job, and honestly, as a QB, then you're just like, don't get tipped. And it almost got tipped. 91 almost got his hand on that, which would have been like the most devastating thing
We'd be having
ever.
a very different conversation this morning, I'm
Incredible.
sure. That is, yeah. Did you hear Saubert, by the way, after the game?
I did.
In the postgame?
I sure did.
Wasn't that cool?
So cool.
Man, I love that guy.
Yep.
I really like him. Question number 2.
Another fit.
All right, none of this happens if Rashid Shaheed does not have another monster game, Brock.
Yep.
What went into that punt return? Because it didn't even look hard.
No.
Like, yeah, see you later. Again.
Well, once again, compare and contrast. And you have more ways to win than the Rams do. That was the saving grace. That was the message in your special teams unit from Michael Dixon to Jason Myers. They've got to kick it in the end zone every time. Right? They don't trust their coverage guys. They don't trust their kicker to place the ball like J-My can. And J-My placed great kicks. And every one of those kicks, you started at the 35, and they were 25 and in. It's big yardage over and over and over. Yes, he did. Yeah. And then that punt, when it left his foot, and it was, you know, where our suite is, and we're looking to the north end, that was a flat ball, number one, very little hang time, and right away you're like, oh boy, here we go. He's going to have a chance. And once he made the long snapper miss, that is your job. And I said it about K9 and Blue 88 after the last game. Like, hey, man, your job, you got to make one man miss. They can't block everybody. Got a body on a body, and there's that slappy long snapper that looks like, you know, Joe Plummer from Shoreline, and he's running down there because that's not his job to tackle, and you better make him miss. And once he made him miss, he's gone. I mean, in his turnover and his ability to eat up grass is Percy Harvin-esque. Like, he's faster than everybody else on the field. And he is even a little smoother than Percy in doing it. And it was the play they had to have. It was the equivalent of the fake field goal from John Ryan to, what was that tackle's name?
Gary Gilliam.
Look at you, Lyle. God bless you, Lyle. Gary Gilliam. That whole thing doesn't happen unless John Ryan hits Gary Gilliam. That comeback does not happen last night unless Shaheed takes it to the house at that time.
Question number 3. We're going to get into it again in...
By the way, you know what Lyle just sounded like? That sounded like winter meeting Lyle.
Oh, confident.
Yes.
Yeah.
The confidence.
Placed it right into his wheelhouse.
Yes. Yeah. Well done, Lyle.
Question number 3, and I'll get into this a little bit more in takeaways at 8:30. You mentioned Ken Walker. I saw him yesterday.
You sure did.
What was different? Why was he able to run like that yesterday?
Yep. Well, it was a limited number of touches. It was like a sense of urgency. I'm sure it's watching those guys on the other side. I think there's probably a little conversation, too, after the last game that was just kind of disappointing for everybody. And these guys are human beings, and they see things and they hear things, and you had to have that run. You were waiting for that run where you're not tackled by the arm, where you're not tripped up by the heel. That run where you get through and then you are gone. You know, again, it was so fun watching this game with Coach Peterson next to me and just talking through some of these things. He's like, man, I like 9. I'm like, yeah, his athleticism is just different and unique. Now, the discipline and like hit these landmarks and just be on your guts and like do all the little things and not just rely on your just incredible athleticism. And it was on point. The screen pass, I think, too, also started that. You know, to actually get in space. Yeah, get me in space, man. Get me in space. Get me out of this phone booth where I'm just getting hit and I can't get started. Get me in space. Screen got him in space. That run to begin the second half, that opening drive touchdown. Like, yeah, it was nice to see his pretty darn rare athleticism come to light.
That is today's Blue 88. We do that every morning, of course, at 7:45.
I got to make
Friday
an apology,
today,
by the way.
powered by the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Let me apologize right now.
Yeah, please do. To who? To whom? Did you injure somebody last night? Yeah, I had a feeling that's where this was going.
Boss lady's husband.
Kanj?
Kanj. Yep. Kanj and I had a little running dialogue during the game. It was awesome. Boss lady was phenomenal. Like, just the suite was electric. Yeah. But Kanj was saying some things to me, and I was saying some things to him. And then all of a sudden, Sam delivers, and yeah.
You shake him?
I picked him up.
Oh, man.
I picked him up.
Haven't you learned?
No. I picked him up.
It's one thing with big guys. Like, Kanj is kind of slight.
He's strong. Though.
Well, he's a great golfer and a former
Yes.
D1 athlete himself.
But I could feel Boss Lady, too, out of the corner of my eyes. She's like, don't hurt my husband.
Right.
Don't hurt my husband.
You didn't want to pick her up in that moment?
No, I just picked Kanj up.
You didn't want to pick her boss up in that moment? Because she was there yesterday, too. You
No.
didn't want to go with the president of the company?
The big boss?
Yeah. Well, I don't want to call her that. That doesn't sound right. That's not the way to refer to her.
Correct.
But, I mean, like, she's the president of our company.
She brought her son, who is a huge Seahawk fan.
Right.
And it was his Christmas gift.
I hope he didn't want to leave early.
No.
He kept the faith?
Somebody left the booth early.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. He'll remain unnamed, a couple people. Yeah. And once they left, then everything turned. So there was some vibe, some vibe stuff. But Kanj, if you're listening right now, I want to apologize. It was a tight squeeze. It was a big pickup.
Careful with that. All right. We know what it did for Sam, or at least I think we have some thoughts. But what about for the team in general? How important is that win? We'll discuss. And then some takeaways coming up at 8:30. Coach at 9:30. Brock and Salk on a Friday. Seattle Sports on 710.
Here we go. Darnold has time. Looks inside. It's caught. The Seahawks win the game.
Playoff berth?
An instant classic. This is who we are. That's Seahawks football.
Check.
Probably the craziest game I've ever seen.
With the playoffs looming, what's next?
We're always going to fight.
Complete coverage at seattlesports.com.
They now have the inside track on having the best record in the NFC.
And the home of the Seahawks.
I think this is the best team in the NFL right now.
Seattle Sports.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Look, it's never too early to plan for retirement, right? Whether it's decades away or maybe just around the corner, Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors can ensure you feel prepared for this financial shift. It's Mike Salk here, and my friends at Trajan Wealth offer tailored insights and strategies designed specifically for investors with $500,000 or more in savings looking for ways to optimize those funds. Start with an introductory meeting. That's what I did. They'll explain their strategy, which is tailor-made to your specific needs and goals. They'll help you with the accumulation phase of life, which most of us are in now, but then also with the plans for using that money in retirement and beyond. All without paying more than your fair share in taxes, right? Super helpful for someone like me who doesn't exactly spend every day staring at stock quotes. Call the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth today to schedule your free consultation at 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300 or TrajanWealth.com.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC. SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Good Dog Auto Glass. When the stakes are high, you want the best on your team. When your windshield breaks, don't settle for your insurance company's fix that's just safe enough. Trust Good Dog Auto Glass, where the quality isn't light. We do all the things the little guys don't, and we do all the things the big guy does.
We answer the phone when you call, we work for you, and we will walk you through the insurance process. Visit GoodDogAutoGlass.com, Puget Sound's most trusted auto glass company, and get more bang for your bark.
It's Toyota-thon. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are providing you with large savings and the widest selection of inventory on Toyota favorites like the 2026 Corolla LE, leasing at $219 a month for 39 months with $29.99 due at signing. The Camry LE at 4.99% APR for 72 months, and the Prius leasing at $305 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. It's Toyota-thon at ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered.
Offers valid till January 5th, 2026. Excludes taxes, titles, licenses, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee. Models 1-852-255-2163.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other.
so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Trajan Wealth Management.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke Heward. And Brooke Heward.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, Mike Macdonald coming up at 9:30 this morning. Can't wait. Fun to have him in after a win like that. An all-timer last night. Just an incredible, incredible night, Brock. You were there. I watched it. My family coming in and out, as I said it was going to be. Cecily going to hockey, Avery going to volleyball, Heather running everybody every which way.
Packing the bags.
Gertie getting freaked. First time I've really, packing last night. First time I've really freaked Gertie out.
Oh.
First time in 2 years.
Okay.
Because Wendell, our previous French Bulldog, Wendell hated football.
Yeah.
Hated it.
Yeah.
Like, couldn't deal with it. Like, when I would get, because football's an emotional game, and when I would, even if I was excited in a happy way, he hated it. He would hide. Did not want any part of football. He was like, yeah, I'm out. Like, I can see what's going on here. The tension in the air, done. First time with Gertie last night, she's really reacted to me, because I got emotional last night. I really did. I was emotionally invested in
With
that game.
Puka, too. That probably ramped it up,
The
right?
Puka thing really ramped it up.
Made it
I got to
personal.
tell you, and we'll talk more about it at 8:30. I really hate him.
Yeah.
I really do. Like, I really, like, all of it put together, I mean, it was like an Aaron Rodgers level of distaste. I really was upset about it. And the whole, I mean, look, I'm naturally going to be a little more prone to being offended by the Jewish stuff, the anti-Semitic stuff. But all of it. It wasn't just that. It's like when you put it all together, and the brattiness and the stupidity, and then like the complete hollowness of the apology, all of it. It was just all obnoxious. I really can't stand him.
Yep.
And seeing good things happen immediately.
Seeing him play so
Oh my God, it was just
unbelievably good.
painful.
Yes.
It was just awful. Let Mumpfield do it. That guy's got one of the great names I've ever heard.
Yes.
More Mumpfield.
So when was it? Was it the 2-point conversion? Was it the touchdown to Jason?
I honestly don't remember when it was. It might have been when I thought Ernest Jones had intercepted the ball.
Okay.
Because I thought at that point, you're going to win
Yes.
the game.
Yep.
Like when I thought he had intercepted, I thought that was awesome. Like that was like, I even texted you. I
Yes.
was so excited in that moment. And then they called it back. And I think they got the call right. Like
Right.
whatever. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
Yeah, Gertie had the opposite. She's generally not as affectionate as Wendell, but she came right over and she's right in my face and she's like, "Okay, how can I help?
You good?
What do you need?
You good?
Are you okay? Like, what do you need? I'm ready to go. I'm ready to help. What do you need?
What do I need? I need a touchdown.
She was also up until 3 a.m, kept jumping off the bed, like she was still feeling
psyched.
the tension.
Yes, she was animated.
Yeah,
so was I.
Yeah, she also got in the suitcase, didn't want to get out. So us leaving, that probably didn't help. After the game, I think you got to come away and say, man, this team has so many ways to win, is so complete, is so deep, has so many resources at their disposal, so many clubs in the bag, that they are a legitimate Super Bowl contender. Are they the favorite? Not yet. I'm not going to say that yet. These last 2 games are no joke. Carolina is dangerous, and the Niners are lurking out there.
Yes.
Oof. They win that game, they get home field advantage all the way through, which is
right.
crazy considering all the injuries, and you still have to slay that giant.
Yep.
But you are a legitimate Super Bowl contender, and I hope that was the moment that gets everybody in Seattle on board.
12-3, man.
That's a lot.
Do you know how hard it is to get to 12-3 in any NFL given year? Like, you're 12-3. You've won 5 in a row after that loss in L.A. And oh, by the way, and yes, you could say about these 2 wins, you know, you're right there. They could have been a flip of the coin. And if you don't hit the field goal against Indy and you don't get the 2-point conversion, the ball gets tipped, you know, you're 10-5. You could also be 13-1. Like, every one of these losses was right there as well. But more than anything, Salk, you're 12-3. And I guess the word that comes to my mind, having been there, having seen it all in person, being around the guys on the field before the game, after, like, listening to Saubert, talking about Sam, it just fit. This team fits.
Yeah.
They fit together.
What does that mean? They fit each other?
Yeah, it means all of it.
Or they fit like a puzzle.
It means all of it. It's beyond complementary. Complementary is like the schematic stuff to me on the field. Like, okay, we got to do
joists.
It's like 2 joists, Salk.
I'm not even sure what a joist is.
Like the crown molding, when you cut it at just the right angle.
Have you ever tried to do crown molding? I once thought that I could do that. Heather and I attempted that project.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, don't do that. Get a professional.
Yes.
It's impossible.
Yes. But it's beyond just the on-the-field complementary nature. Like, yeah, I'll pick you up, you pick me up. That's like, hey, man, we pick each other up. This is fit like when JSN and Sam Darnold are on the set together, they fit. Like, man, these dudes just genuinely, when Saubert, you know, gets the game ball for the 2-point conversion and he had been, you know, released and he'd been in 9 different plays. Like,
yeah, can we play that again more if you don't mind? Play me the post-game speech from Mike Macdonald. It's cut 21. That's how many we have even. We're 25 cuts on the show sheet today.
Sheesh.
Just killing the poor sound hound. But cut 21 was Mike Macdonald. This is just some of the locker room speech afterwards.
And guess what? No, baby. We got a lot more to do. But we are in the playoffs. We are in the game. You like that? 2 points for the win. Eric Saubert.
Hey, real talk, guys. I've been so many places. This has been such a long journey for me, man. To come to a place that's just embraced me like you guys have, man. I love you guys. Let's keep on rolling.
Yes. And then right after that, he goes to Leonard Williams to break it all down at the end. And Leonard says the same thing. Love you. Like that element of love.
Yep.
I know that we had love our brothers, right, was sort of the other LOB meaning. So it's not like it's the first time we've ever heard love before. But that is a new way of professional football players to talk to each other. And I love it as well. Like I think it's a little bit what's the word I'm looking for? It's a little bit vulnerable. Yeah. And that was something Scott Service used to talk about in his morning meetings that he would do in spring training. We know Mike Macdonald has done some of that with these walk and talks and getting the guys to talk through their why and why football is so meaningful to them. Being a little vulnerable to be able to say, you guys mean something to me. I love you guys. Wow, that's pretty powerful.
It is, and fit is also a funny thing because there's a timing element to it. You know, when the Seahawks came together the first time and they were in this kind of place with a chance to be the #1 seed, and they ultimately were and went to a couple Super Bowls, like that young Russ kind of fit. You know, that Marshawn kind of fit with Breno in the defense. Like, it kind of fit until it really didn't, right? Because then you all get paid, and then it's my slice of the pie, and then it's my credit, and it's then all the stuff you got to deal with success. Like right now, man, young, hungry, climbing, working together, like just I don't know. It just hit me last night, and watching and listening and being there in person too. Like, yeah, man, this crew fits. To have the pregame conversations I did with different people in the organization that touch it in different ways, and they're like, yeah, this is a pretty good week. Like, these guys are ready to go, man.
All right, so play detective for me for a moment.
Okay.
Who is that in the background going, Coach Mike, you're the greatest? Who is it? Who was that?
I know.
Like, we sniffed out Bruce Irvin back in the day.
We did.
It wasn't that hard to sniff out Bruce.
Do you think it was
Hell no.
You think it was a different person than the Kirk Cousins? You like that?
I don't know.
But
who is it? Any guesses? Lyle, Maura, anybody have a guess? Text machine, 866-979.
I was more stuck on the Kirk Cousins you like that. I
Yeah,
have to
you
hear it.
You like it is good, but I can't get over the Coach Mike, you're the greatest. I mean, it sounds like somebody brought Mike Tyson in there.
Let me hear. Let me hear.
Coach Mike, you're the greatest.
Let me hear
Guess
one more
what?
time.
We got a lot more to do. But we are in the playoffs. We are in the dance. You like that? 2 points.
It sounds like Ad Rock from the Beastie Boys. Who is that?
I think the first you like that's got to be AJ Barner. That feels tight end room ish.
Yeah,
When I watched it, I thought the first one was Mike Macdonald.
Whoa. All right, we're gonna have
He
to.
yells one of the you like that's.
He did.
Yes,
Ooh,
one of them is him.
I don't think it was the first one. Maybe it was.
We
the
love you,
second
Coach
one.
Mike.
Coach Mike, you're the greatest. Any guesses? Do you think Ad Rock? I mean,
Was Mike Bennett in the room?
I mean, yeah, that's the other person it kind of sounded like. Either Ad Rock or Mike Bennett. I don't know. You guys be the judge. We'll come back with everything you need to know next.
Be the first to hear from Seahawks head coach Mike Macdonald the morning after every game on the Mike Macdonald Show.
Good morning, Coach. How are you?
This thing on?
On and ready for you.
The morning after every Seahawks game at 9:30 with Brock and Salk.
Being in front of the 12s is going to be a lot of fun. Trying to bring everybody together so we can push in the same direction.
Get the podcast on the Seattle Sports app and seattlesports.com. It's the Mike Macdonald Show, only on Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra, and it worked great at first. But after a few years, it stopped working. The problem is that their arteries had become more restricted since they started taking it, because Viagra does not unclog arteries. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to target the real problem. We break down plaque and clear up the arteries so blood can flow like it did in your 20s. This restores function. And guys, listen to this. You won't have to take a pill anymore. So if this sounds like you, give West Coast Men's Health a call today and see how we can help.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
The Okie Golf Platinum Players Card is $50 off with the Friends and Family Holiday Discount. Get 7 prepaid rounds and discounted guest passes at every public Okie golf course. Don't miss your chance. Visit okiegolf.com before December 31st.
It's a cold winter night and your furnace dies. Don't let this happen to you. If your system's 12 years or older, upgrade now to a Mitsubishi electric heating and air conditioning system from Home Comfort Alliance and stay warm. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Getting more as a MyLowe's Pro Rewards member is easier than ever with the Lowe's app. Download it today and earn 500 points the first time you log in. Plus, your digital wallet helps you scan, save, earn, and access what you need to manage it all in one place. Download the Lowe's app and take advantage of your Pro benefits today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid 12/1/25 through 1/7/26. Offer valid for first login per organization only. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Additional restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
A bases clearing 3-run double by Josh Naylor. Holy smokes.
Are you planning an event in 2026? Make it unforgettable at T-Mobile Park. Mariners suites and group tickets are perfect for any occasion. Fundraisers, school outings, work parties, family celebrations, and more. Enjoy customizable catering, flexible setups for 14 to 400 people, and epic game day views, all with the help of a dedicated Mariners rep. Get ahead and start planning your event today at mariners.com.
More than 4,000 women are diagnosed with breast cancer every year in Washington state. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients, and you can help us make a difference. Join us for Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of wine tasting and inspiration on January 31st at Mary Hill Winery in Woodinville's Wine Country. Get your tickets now for Cork, Fork, and Support. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more.
Well, the wet, chilly weather has certainly arrived. It's Mike Salk here, and if your attic and crawl space are well insulated, your home should be fine. Should feel cozy and warm without your furnace having to work overtime. But you'd be surprised to learn how many homes in Western Washington lack insulation in these spaces. It's why you call Crawl Pros. If you're feeling cold drafts or seeing that heating bill spike, now's a great time to learn if you got anything going on behind that crawl space or attic by calling Crawl Pros. They'll come out to your house just like they did to mine, do the corner-to-corner inspection. In my case, they found the problem, showed me the pictures, and then they got it all fixed. Now, if they do discover your home is under or improperly insulated, they'll show you all the utility rebates that are available to help you get the work done correctly. Like if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you could get a rebate to cover up to 95% of the cost of the insulation job. If you're worried anything is going on in your crawl space or attic, including critters, water intrusion, mold, plumbing issues, anything, call Crawl Pros and schedule your free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Win of the year, man. It was supposed to be the game of the year. It was more than that. That was one of the better games any of us have seen, man. Just a tremendous, it had it all. I think that's why everyone loves it so much. It had everything. And even though there were some weird, fluky, bizarre plays, it didn't feel like the Seahawks just lucked into it or there was a bad call that gave it to them. They earned it. They came all the way back from being 16 points down in the fourth quarter. They did it with special teams and the punt return touchdown. They did it because the Rams missed a kick. They did it with a very weird but successful two-point conversion, but there's no way to argue that they got the call wrong. A couple of picks, couple of bad sacks from Sam Darnold. The near pick from Ernest Jones that could have really put them in position to win that game. Instead, they give up a touchdown, and Sam just calmly leads them right down the field for the TD, and ultimately the winner-take-all two-point conversion.
Darnold has time, looks inside, it's caught, touchdown, make an extra point, make a conversion, I don't care what it is, the Seahawks win the game again on the last play of the game. The Seahawks win 38-37. It's Sauber with a two-point conversion catch. Holy cow.
Wow. It was so climactic, but he was so open that it was anticlimactic. Like, how was he that open?
Yeah.
What a call. What execution. What timing. And not for the first 2-point call that you're like, yeah, man, that was a great play. And you kind of sit on that one, you rep it, you practice it. No. That was the third 2-point conversion of the game that you had to get to after timeout. Yes. Oh, that was just, golly, that just opened up. And in that moment, having thrown a few balls and a few different opportunities where it leaves your hand and you're like, oh, yeah, this is so good. And obviously that was a very easy pass. So frankly, a lot of people in the building could make that throw right over the ball. But to be that open and to catch it and not get tipped and to secure it and then to have JSN jump in the stands, to have the place. No one wanted to leave. Like Great Rock Concert. You just did not want to leave that. It was...
Cool.
Yeah, 3, 5, 10. I don't know what it was, but I didn't want to leave. I just wanted to keep experiencing what we all got to witness.
As for Mike Macdonald, he loves this group. He's made that very clear from day one, and he was very certain of it after the game.
And just talking about our football team, and just so proud of our group. I mean, this is who we are. You know, we set out to show to prove to ourselves who we were as a team. Obviously, there's a lot that did not go our way today. Both good job by the Rams. Some of the stuff that we got to, obviously clean up on our end. I mean, the list goes on and on. But I'll tell you what, like, the resiliency is, the relentlessness is there. The character of this team is there, and they have each other's backs, all three phases. I mean, it's all that stuff we've been talking about since we walked in the door is real, and they've earned that. So, just really, really, really proud of our group. Really, really proud of our group. Just really, really proud.
It'll be interesting an hour from now when he sits with us. And then he meets the press right after at 10, right? And then we'll hopefully have a little time just to relax. But I bet after watching, like, he was just in exhilaration mode, right? I mean, just like all of us were in that moment, in that locker room, in that, oh my gosh, in the fight these guys had. To then watch the tape and see 588 yards that you gave up in your building. The tape's gonna, and he's a defensive guy, right?
You're not gonna like that.
No,
but the game declared itself.
It
was
did.
A different kind of game,
It did.
and somehow still seemed to fit with their identity. At least that's what Leonard Williams said.
Like I said, there's been multiple times this season where we've had to face adversity, overcome things, and find a way to win. And, these type of wins truly show what type of team you have. Those blowout wins feel good sometimes, but to be able to, come back in the fourth quarter, go to overtime, get that 2-point conversion, like all those small details that, bring the team together, especially when we're making a push into the playoffs, where there's going to be some hard-fought games. I think, that really shows what type of team we have.
Well, and shows what kind of player he is. He and DeMarcus Lawrence, especially during those few series where they really came to life. Those two guys were awesome. Seahawks 12-3, 2 to play, number 1 seed in play. If you win both games, you get the first round bye, home field throughout. Pretty incredible.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
What kind of factor will health play? Scary to see Nick Emanwari leave, but hopefully some good news there. He was evaluated for a concussion and apparently passed because he would have been able to come back later in overtime. So hopefully that's not a huge deal. Kobe Bryant and Reek Woolen, though, those seem a little more concerning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Kobe's just kind of weird, right? It happened, and then after the next play, kind of went down. Like, I thought maybe Achilles, calf, so kind of... We'll see. And Mike said afterwards, does not look. So those initial tests, kind of like with Zabel, right? That was not an ACL. It was not a season-ending deal. We'll see what happens. When did Reek go out?
I don't know.
I didn't even realize that.
I didn't either until they said it on the broadcast.
Right.
So
there was so much 13 personnel that they had to face.
Yes. Like, how could you possibly focus on all of that? Puka Nacua, we've talked a little bit about it. 224 yards. Really frustrating. He's really good, man, but really frustrating. His apology yesterday was empty. It was by the book. It was rote and written for him. I mean, like, the whole thing was just...
Well, to the point where after the game, the first thing he does is go in and tweet something that he then...
About the refs. What an idiot. He says, can you say it was wrong? Appreciate you, Stripes, for your contribution. LOL. Did he really think the refs had a big role in that game?
Right.
I mean, there are plenty of games where the refs play a big role.
And it felt like from a replay, you were listening to all of it. I was just looking at the ball that was at the half-yard line. There was a block in the back on Derek Young. I mean, there felt like there were plays, on both sides of it that could have been.
At the end of it, it felt like they got pretty much everything right.
Yeah.
There was no one awful call where you're like, yeah, they just got that one wrong.
I heard McVay talking about the 2-point conversion at the end of the game. People are still a little iffy on that one.
Well, the mechanics of it, the timing of it, right, of when it was, made it appear odd, but they're in review. They're looking at everything.
To me, that's like the Tuck rule. Like, there's just nothing to argue.
Yeah.
It's even more black and white than the Tuck rule.
But if you were at the game, this is one of those that if you were at the game, the mechanics of it were odd.
I'm sure.
If it would have happened right after the play, it's one of those like,
It
they're
takes a
going.
moment for somebody to notice.
Correct.
But once they did.
But they're about lined up to kick it, and they
Yeah.
were like, well, hold on just one second.
They got it right.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know who noticed it, but they absolutely
New
got
York
it
noticed
right.
it, Salk.
As always, everything good happens in New York.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Crack and lose. Mariners Zips projections out. 89 to 94 wins is sort of the projection without making another move. That feels rich, but hey, I'll take it. That's
Kind of
awesome.
odd that nothing really happened here before the holidays.
Maybe, but
A lot of talking.
holidays aren't here yet.
I'm not even talking about the Mariners. I'm talking about.
Holidays aren't here yet. Not quite here yet.
Okay.
Not quite here yet.
All right.
We'll see what happens. That's everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour here on the Brock.
Personal
Salk
question.
Show. Yeah.
Before all these football takeaways and Macdonald an hour from now, I got a bunch of fun stuff. Personal question.
Yeah.
You a good Packer?
I
you
think so.
efficient and
Yeah, we use those dividers.
And then are you pretty good like with the family now? Like, okay, I'll take my section. Everybody's got their own little sections or their own number of bags.
Are you trying to goad me? Are you trying to goad me? Are you trying to goad me into getting in trouble with the 3 women I live with? Are you trying to goad me?
Are they listening?
No, but are you trying to goad me?
So my buddy Graham, right? 4 daughters. And we would vacate. Like, it was insanity.
Dude.
It was like.
You know the scene in Spaceballs, take only what you need to survive?
Why don't we just get a U-Haul?
It's my industrial strength hair dryer, and I can't live without it. We got takeaways next.
Here we go. Darnold has time. Looks inside. It's caught. The Seahawks win the game.
Playoff berth?
An instant classic.
This is who we are. That's Seahawks football.
Check.
Probably the craziest game I've ever seen.
With the playoffs looming, what's next?
We're always going to fight.
Complete coverage at SeattleSports.com.
They now have the inside track on having the best record in the NFC.
And the home of the Seahawks.
I think this is the best team in the NFL right now.
Seattle Sports.
Okay. Only 10 more presents to wrap. You're almost at the finish line. But first... There. The last one. Enjoy a Coca-Cola for a pause that refreshes.
At Washington Energy Services, we take the time to get to know you and your home. We have the passion and commitment to see each project through and to treat our work as more than just a job. For over 65 years, we've offered award-winning home services, from heating and cooling, plumbing and electrical, to windows and doors. Complete home improvement handled from start to comfort. For peace of mind when you need it most, count on Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
Bump here. Seattle Youth Men's Basketball is hosting big games at Climate Pledge. Come see Washington State, and Gonzaga. Next game is December 19th against UW. Tickets as low as $20. Grab your tickets at GoSeattleU.com/tickets. Red Hawks rising.
The birth of the American supercar is now open at America's Car Museum. Curated by Steve Saline, it's a high-octane journey through muscle, speed, and rare supercars, plus racing simulators, great food, and family fun. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
Guys, leave weight gain, low T, and ED in 2025. For a limited time, Revive Men's Health Washington is offering free full diagnostic panels, a $400 value. It checks testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. Plus, qualified patients get up to 25% off select treatments now through year end. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com today.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you.
With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thank you to all of our great Cairo News Radio listeners.
This is the moment.
For making the 37th year of Holiday Magic our biggest one yet.
It is a celebration that benefits Treehouse.
Thanks to your generosity and the important work of Treehouse, kids in foster care will have the holiday they wished for.
We ask you to give. You do. You always come through.
You can still donate. Just head to mynorthwest.com/holidaymagic.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III! Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
When you're at home and next to your windows, do you notice cold air or a draft when the wind blows? How about moisture or leaking during a rainstorm? Dave Wyman here, and after 20 years in our home, our window seals started breaking. A failed window can do major damage to your home, and the older the window, the more likely it is to fail. That's why right now is an excellent time to have Harley Exteriors come by for a no-charge consultation. That's exactly what I had done over the summer, and not only were they extremely knowledgeable about all things windows, I found them to be polite, professional, and respectful. In other words, people you want to do business with. Harley Exteriors has a special offer for Seattle sports fans. Buy 3 windows, get 1 free. No payments or interest until 2027. And take an additional $200 off your project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today. They'll give you an honest assessment and quote. Go to harleyexteriors.com.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Oh, man, what a fun day to be here on the radio with you guys. It is a Football Friday powered by Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. An hour from Mike Macdonald. Anybody interested in hearing from the coach today and hearing a little bit about what was going on behind the scenes in that win last night? I'm guessing quite a few of you are. We had takeaways from various locations, and we'll give them to you right now.
Takeaways.
Matthew Stafford's the MVP of the NFL. So I could start Seattle specific. We'll get to a ton of different stuff with them. But just being at that game last night and watching someone at that level play at that level, and the number of times Coach Peterson said to me, we're watching a Hall of Famer. I'm like, yeah, we are. We're watching somebody do stuff that nobody else can do. And so the degree of difficulty of those no-look passes into those windows, I can't even frame it for you or the listeners of how impossible that is. It's probably like, when you get to watch the golf pros at a tournament and the way they can craft a shot and hit a shot that you're just hoping to make a hard contact and maybe hit it straight. And they're like, no, I'm going to hit this little fade. I'm going to hit it on the third groove of my, you're what? And that's where he's at right now. And he is just playing at a level that obviously put this elite defense into an absolute bind. I heard that caller in the 6:30 hours say, hey, hold on a second. I thought we were a really good defense. I thought all of this was, one of the great defenses, and go harken back to the boom. And, they didn't give up 580 yards and 480 passing, and they just didn't have an answer. Ultimately, when push came to shove, the one thing they did is when it was all said and done and you look at the dust settles, you held them to 3.8 yards a carry. They pounded the ball. They pounded the ball. They pounded the ball. They pounded the ball.
They didn't.
No, they did not. And it's a little bit representative or emblematic of last week as well, where they got some yards in the first half, and then you shut that down. And all of a sudden there weren't the leaky yards, and there weren't 6 yards and 8 yards. They were 2 and 3 yards and 2 yards. And you slowed them down to eventually impact him in the fourth quarter and give you a chance to come back. But I can't tell you, in person, watching those throws, watching the velocity, watching him shape those throws, shape the defense with his eyes, he's the best in the game right now. He's the best in the game this year. He's better than Lamar. He's better than Burrow. He's better than Mahomes. He's better than Josh Allen. He's better than all of them right now. 40 touchdowns, 5 picks. He's the MVP of the league. He won that last night. But in the end, winners win. Winners win. Stats are for losers, as Coach likes to say. Stats are for losers and for offensive coaches. And in the end, the only thing that mattered is he found a way to win.
Takeaways.
Maura?
Maura.
I saw Ken Walker.
Oh.
I saw Ken Walker.
I wanted to text you pretty early on because you were pretty down on him last week.
I saw Ken Walker yesterday.
By the way.
For the first time in a while.
Let me just pause it for one quick second.
All right.
When they came out in those unis.
I loved the unis.
Bro, we were right by the tunnel.
They looked so good.
When they came out, and when Ken Walker comes out in his uniform, he is a human Nike mannequin. It is
like the way it's supposed to look.
Oh my, very few humans look that way in their football uniform.
Those uniforms were sweet. That could be a takeaway unto itself. I loved them. I know there's a bunch of whiny Husky fans who were like, no, they look like the Ducks. Whatever, man. They look great. The helmets looked great. The wolf gray looked great. The way the reflection in the shoulder stuff looked awesome. The way sometimes green, sometimes dark. Dude, it looks so cool. I hope they wear those more. I love them. Thought they were awesome. Anyway, I saw Ken Walker in his uniform, Brock, not out of it, thankfully. Yep. Best and hardest I've seen him run in forever. Most decisive. Most he's hit holes hard. Picked up extra yards, which we haven't seen. Credit to Kubiak. You mentioned it earlier. I had it in my notes as well. Getting him the ball in space and allowing him to really do the things that he does well. That was the best screen the Seahawks have run since. I mean, I got here in 2009. I'm sure there's been a better one, but I can't really remember it.
What's really hard about that for me personally?
The screen.
It's exactly the play that we got robbed on in our semifinal.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It was the exact same play. Throwback, people out front. It looked exactly like that. I mean, it was a facsimile. It was the exact same play.
A legal man downfield or something?
Yeah, because they called man downfield when the ball was caught.
It was a heck of a play, man. That was a heck of a play.
Yep.
The third and long draw where he ran for 17 yards, that was incredible.
I don't think you could hear this on the TV. You could?
Oh, the booing right until they
You know what we called that? We called that a Stuart Scott. It was a
Yaboo?
Boo yeah! Booyah! Booyah!
That could have been a disaster. Instead, he, helps them out. And then obviously the breakaway touchdown. He was a major factor. Ran for 100 yards in the game. They ran for over 170 as a team, which kind of gets lost in a lot of the other storylines of the game. A huge credit to Ken Walker. He bounced back. That's the best I've seen him play in forever.
Cosign.
Takeaways.
The Rams had 40 minutes of possession to the Seahawks 26. And Lyle and I were talking about this off air. I felt like for the first time there were moments where I was like, the Seahawks defense looks tired.
Yes.
And for them to, after Sam Darnold's interception in the fourth quarter, get three and outs and allow the Seahawks to get back in that, I just felt like they had to dig deep, and it was impressive.
Yeah, it was fascinating psychology. And I'll get to Macdonald versus McVay here in a second. But it really was fascinating just to see the way that these guys on a short week were going to play this game. How are we going to play this game? So what did you all think when they went for it on 4th and 1 at their own 34?
Yeah.
On the opening drive of the game? You're doing what?
felt desperate for no reason.
But you know what it was? It was a psychology of, men, this is the way we're playing this game.
It felt confident to me.
It did. It felt aggressive. Like, we are going to be the aggressors. We are not going in there. And it's the same mindset that Sam had in overtime with a 4-down mindset. Like, we're going 4 downs. It was 3 4th-down conversions on the opening first quarter of the game. Like, it was very clear. Like, yep, you're an elite defense.
Weird, though, because then he pulled it back by kicking the field goal rather than going for it when he had probably a better opportunity later down in the. I don't know. McVay, I thought, coached kind of a weird game.
Early
Obviously,
on, it was abundantly clear. We are going to be hyper aggressive, and we're going. It was like in Canada, you only get 2 downs, and you got to punt on 3rd down. It was almost a mindset of like, hey, boys, we're playing 4 downs. So just get your mind right that if we get in 4th, and Mike says this a ton, that the stats tell you that. The stats tell you all the time to go for it, that the extra, gained advantage of whatever the projected, like it tells you it's go zone, but you're like, I'm not going for it on 4th and 1 on the opening drive of the game at my own 35. Yes, we are. And we're going to get it. And we're going to set that tone, because then, to Maura's point, this group, the only way to slow them down is to keep them on the field over and over and over and over. Yeah, it was the disparity in the first half especially was shocking.
And Rashid Shaheed's return gave them like no break, and then they scored in 2 plays on the next drive. So, to do 3 3-and-outs with that little of a break, too, when you're tired.
Remarkable.
Takeaways.
So I'm trying to get some of the details of whose idea was. Because you've been to concerts, and you're a Swiftie. Are you a Swiftie, or are you kids Swifties? What?
Just give me your takeaway.
And when you checked in, they gave you the bracelet. And I was like, I've never really seen this. What is this? Oh, and then it put 2 and 2 together. And I don't know how much they showed it on television, Salk. Like, it was...
Not enough.
Not enough? No. It was unbelievable. Because timeouts, like we always talk about engagement with the fans, and how do you engage the fans? And these college environments have done a remarkable job through song, through tradition, through 3rd quarter jump around, through I got to go there. I can't miss it. It's an experience. And these little wrist things with the little light shows.
It's pretty cool how they work.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
It was.
The first time I saw one of those, it wasn't a Taylor Swift. You may remember, because I came in talking about that was the craziest thing, is when I went to that.
Pure Fair?
No, I've never been to the Pure Fair. When I went to that esports
thing
for Dota 2.
What happened to that?
I don't know. But they had the international or whatever it was called, where they had that huge competition in the arena.
Yes.
And I went to it, and they was like, man, they give you these wristbands, and they buzz, and they make lights, and they do all this stuff. And it was crazy. It was so fun.
It was so cool.
Yeah.
And then the halftime show was amazing with it and all of it. And I did wonder, I wonder if Amazon paid for this. So I'm trying to get, did Amazon, because it was on, I wonder, and how much do these cost? Are they 50 cents, is that 30 grand, 70 grand?
They probably cost more than that if they light up and all that.
I don't know. And then the operator of it, was that an Amazon? Right. Was that an NFL? Was that Chuck Darnold and the Seahawks? We'll get some details, but whatever it was done for, and anybody that's listening right now that was at the game was like, yeah, that was freaking
I'm going to get to the one problem with the Amazon broadcast here in a bit, but ultimately, I thought they did a phenomenal job broadcasting that game. All the stuff they did. First of all, talking about donating a few $1 million to the Washington flooding effort, that was great. Mm-hmm. Nice to see. But I mean, no shots of Pike Place Market. Instead, they went to the Crocodile and did a whole cool thing with Sam Darnold stuff at the Crocodile. That was unique and cool. They showed you the spheres and the area underneath the spheres. That was cool. And then one of my favorite places in Seattle, the Pinball Museum, on TV. That was amazing. I love the pinball.
Tom McCulloch's Pinball Museum?
Have you ever been to the Pinball Museum?
No.
Oh, it's so fun. It's like $20 or whatever it is to get in, and then you can play all the pinball you want. It's so fun.
Jeez.
I've been there, I don't know, a handful of times. It's great. So I love that they showed some different things and actually made Seattle look great. And, that's cool. I didn't even know about that.
Cool.
Takeaways.
On the other hand, the way they handled the Puka Nakua thing was embarrassing. That was really rough.
Who? The league?
Amazon. Well, and specifically the broadcast crew. And I don't want to get too into it. Obviously, you know how I feel about Al Michaels. I'm a huge fan of his.
Yeah.
And Herbie was incredibly generous and gracious to come on the show. I thought their comments, they probably should have just said nothing.
Yeah.
I hate this guy, man. I really do. I can't stand him. I hate this guy. Now, I'm not going to go out of control. Eric Swalwell yesterday saying that they should throw him out of the league and the Rams should cut him and all that. Look, there's a lot of scumbags in football and baseball and hockey and everything. I mean, like, sorry, it just doesn't work that way. That's just trying to get yourself on TV. But it was really hard to see him succeed like that. He's a heck of a player. He's really good. But to see him succeed so soon after learning that about his character, and for those who don't know, he went on this stream a couple days earlier, and he said the refs were all trying to get themselves on TV, which is why they call penalties, and he said the Jaguars are overrated, and he said the
Chargers are little brother.
And he was just obnoxious about it all. And then there's the streaming thing where he was streaming from inside the locker room. And then ultimately, yeah, I'm offended by, him, doing this Jewish dance thing that's making fun of Jewish stereotypes. And I thought the apology was rote and pathetic and hollow and did not seem sincere in any way. And I was rooting against him really hard. It really made it emotional for me last night. And it sucked seeing him succeed. It really did.
So good.
I know he's real. I'm not blind. I mean, I think he's unbelievable.
Yes.
And then they go to Allen and Herbie, and they're like, well, he's a young guy, and he made a mistake, and he didn't really know. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. Don't watch. I don't have to whitewash this.
Right.
The guy did something that might have been really obnoxious. And I don't know that they were really in a position to make that call. So that bothered me. I'll just say
What about McVay's reaction post-game?
I didn't love that either.
Well, I will say this. The Rams...
For those who were offended, whatever, man.
Yeah,
don't give me for those who were offended.
Yep.
No, not for those who were offended. How about right and wrong? Let's just go with right and wrong rather than those who were offended.
Yeah.
No, McVay's apology didn't do it for me either. Sorry, I'm out on all of it. Diss me.
Yeah, it added a layer of, and it's going to further do it now.
I know.
This is what you do, right? We talked about that with all the guys through all the years that you want to put a target. You want to be the villain. You want to wear that hat. You want to play that card. Then all the rest of the noise is going to come right back at you. And you got to go and try to shut it up. And on the field, he shut it up. On the field, there was not a guy that could guard him. You played man, you played zone, you had linebackers, you had safeties, you had corners, you had spoon on them.
I mean, they tried everything.
The contested catches, much like I said with Stafford's ability to throw the no-look. So I can't tell you how hard it is. Like if you're running full speed, which I know you'll probably not get to again in your life with your hammy, right? You just probably won't get there. But just running full speed and catching a ball, and then running full speed and have someone grabbing you, and then running full speed, and then have the wherewithal to jump and through contact as they're ripping at it. It's next level stuff.
I will say I did get a good laugh after the game when I saw this tweet that said, after the game, Puka Nakua's phone flew to his hand like Thor's hammer.
That's what it felt like.
Takeaways.
I thought the offensive line did a pretty good job for having cross out and facing such a good front. It definitely wasn't perfect, but they stepped up in crunch time in order to help Darnold do the same. And looking at the PFF grades, I know those aren't everything. The top offensive scorers are Kenneth Walker, Jackson Smith-Njigba, and Josh Jones.
Yep. Josh held his own. And it was, I made a point to make in pregame to get over to those guys and see some of them and chat with them. And yeah, there was a confidence level. I don't think this O-line brain trust was like, oh, yeah, we're going to have to slide and chip and do everything to try to protect this guy. No, this dude's been a pro. And we talked about it yesterday. When guys get their chances this year, Saubert gets his chance, Okada gets his chance, Josh Jones gets his chance. Like, you're going to play some of your best ball of your career. And it's a testament to the whole culture and the whole fit. But he did. And he's not the most athletic. It is a little telling. Like when you see Abe and you see Gray and you see Sundell and you see those guys run.
He didn't get embarrassed.
No, he did not.
He didn't get embarrassed.
No, he did not. And you sometimes put your body in front of that guy and he's got to go through you. And he is a big man now. He is 6'6" and 3. And he's not Bradford, but he's 330 plus. So big boy. And they, tomorrow, you're right. It was not an embarrassment. It gave them plenty of time and to run for 170 yards. However that comes about at the end of the day, that is winning football.
Takeaways.
Huh?
What were you smiling at?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm just trying not to sneeze.
Trying to sniff all the stuff out of your nose.
I'm honestly just hoping not to sneeze on the air because I have big dad sneezes and I don't need to shake the foundation here.
Any concern that back-to-back games now you don't register a sack?
Yes, I think so.
Because pressures are great. And they hit Stafford.
Yeah.
And they
hit him hard, too, at
though,
one time.
They hit him.
Jenna,
yes, he did. And they hit Rivers
Did
a
you
couple
read
times.
about how they actually got more pressure on him when they rushed 4 than when they blitzed?
On Stafford?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, they were dialed into their pressures. When they blitzed, they didn't get home.
No.
Nope.
But when they didn't blitz, they were able to get pressure. That's really strange.
Yeah, and some of that's line games, and some of that's movement,
And
some
I'm
of
sure
that's
some
fronts.
of it is he has to hold it longer because guys are deep. I get it.
Salk
But
gets tying in the coverage with the refs.
It's all
Have you ever heard that?
complimentary, Brock. It's very complimentary.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a little concerning, but I don't know whether I'm like panicked over it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and it's what Phillip was able to do and what Matthew were able to do at their age and their stage of experience, that they just get the ball out.
I really like to see Mafe or Hall get home a little more.
Yes.
I have nothing bad to say about DeMarcus Lawrence. I'm in love. I'm just in love with the way this guy plays. Everything about him, I just love him. I've been very impressed with Chenna's season. He has been so much better than I thought he would be, coming off all the injuries at this stage in his career. He has been kind of a dark horse candidate for that 12th man award that goes to the most surprising, good story, guy who exceeds expectations. My expectations for him were that they were probably going to cut him. And instead, he is the other starter at end, and it's not even close. I would love to see the 2 young kids get home a little more often.
Yep. We talked yesterday about the 4 guys in Blue 88 that have the opportunity with this platform and this stage to make the biggest splash. Were you a jackknife or cannonball guy when you had to make a real splash?
A cannonball.
You're a cannonballer, yeah. With my length, I was a little more of a jackknife guy, so I tried to make a good. There's a lot of surface area there. Out of the 4, who made the biggest splash yesterday?
Okay.
Nicky Minwari for Defensive Rookie of the Year, Mike Macdonald for Coach of the Year, JSN for Offensive Player of the Year, Sam Darnold to change the narrative that he chose.
Mike Macdonald.
Yeah. Yeah, Nick was a little in between.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting.
It was not his best game.
It was not. And they put him in a bind and all that personnel and all that motion and all those shifts and all the things that they did.
He wasn't a liability.
No.
But it was not his best game.
JSN was great. He was just outshone by Puka, who goes for 225, and it's going to be him and Puka, I think, down the stretch.
Hard to say it helped when the other guy looked like the best player on the field.
But when you're 8 for 95 and the game-tying touchdown didn't mean much, or didn't.
It was. I mean, I don't want to take anything away, but in terms of what you said, the narrative around it, the other wide receiver was better in the game. It's hard to say that.
But Mike Macdonald?
Yeah.
That's how you win Coach of the Year, man.
Finds a way, man.
Yep.
I'll tell you who it probably ended up helping the most, John Schneider for Executive of the Year. When you look at just how complete and deep the team is, pretty good case to be made there.
Takeaways.
So it's kind of weird on a day where you score 38 points to say that it was a conservative game, but it was. And look, 16 of those points came from special teams and in overtime. So, you kind of take those away and then one more for an extra 2-point conversion. And you're like, okay, well, 38 kind of becomes like 21. So it's not, and one of those is obviously off a 55-yard touchdown run. So I'm not trying to discount the 38 points. They scored them, and that's amazing, and that's what they needed to win. But just in terms of the way the game was called,
traditional,
it was not a 38-point game in the sense that they threw it all over the yard.
It wasn't the Buccaneers game.
No, it was not. It was a different way of getting to 38. And so it was pretty conservative. They punted at times, surprisingly.
Well, once you saw the Rams in go mode, in 4-down mode from the very beginning, you had a chance. You had a 4th and 1 on your second series. You scored on your first one. They kick a field goal.
And they were farther down the field.
Yeah, you're about midfield. Yeah. 45, your own 45.
But I could tell there was some fear of the Rams, man. It sure felt like there was especially at the end of the half.
I would say
all right, fine, respect. But the way they played it was, hey, this team can score at any moment. So we need to really call the game. Not the way you did against Indy last week, where it was, hey, this team's not going anywhere. So we've got to call the game in order to, with that in mind. This felt much more like, well, if we call our timeouts now and then they get the ball back, we're going to get them. It was a very, very, and it worked once again.
It did.
And that's why I would probably answer Mike Macdonald to your last question. He just seems to have a great sense for how the game declares itself.
Yep. I'll sneak one more in here real quick, unless you got another one, Maura.
Oh, go ahead.
You can go ahead and bet Sounder Lyle.
Takeaways.
I just love that violence. And there were some violent plays last night.
Sure were.
Ultimately, we were chatting on our drive home, like, how'd that happen? Ultimately, like, push comes to shove, right? If you're Colin McVay or you're chatting with Rams, like, how did that ultimately happen? It ultimately happened because above anything else and all the spectacular individual plays, that your third phase of the game is not the third child. It is not the stepchild. It is not the one at the kids' table. Their special team sits at the grown-up table with their offense and defensive units. They stand alone in that way. Brady Henderson was talking about this on one of his hits, and just like they commit to it. Like, it's not just talk. Like, they walk it. Like, we're going to trade for Shaheed, and we're going to give up a 4th and a 5th. And you know what? We're going to pay Jason Myers, and we're going to pay Michael Dixon, and we're going to bring in Sabra. We're going to bring in these body types that, like, this phase of the game matters. This phase of the game matters. Rams, unbelievable. 580 yards of offense, high-flying offense, MVP, all those things. Defense, really good front. Back end's problematic, and that showed up. But your special teams, LA, that's a joke. That's a joke show.
Yep.
Like, you don't trust your kicker. Your punter may have saved you the game the first time. Not this time. He hit a flatliner, and you watch Michael Dixon flip the field. You watch the kickoffs. You don't trust to kick it off. You're giving the Seahawks the ball at the 35 every single time because you don't trust your coverage units or your kicker. Like, that third phase of it, it ain't a third phase. It is 1A, 1B, 1C, and it showed up last night.
All right, that is a full set of takeaways from last night. Unbelievable, man. One of the great wins, one of the great games that everyone in Seattle will remember for a long time to come. And obviously it depends on how these next 2 games go and what happens after that. They're in the playoffs, but can you get the first round bye? Can you get home field throughout and guarantee yourself games here at Lumen Field? I mean, like, all of that together.
Yep.
I mean, this will be one you go back and point to forever and ever. Like, man,
it's one you didn't get last year, right? Last year you had 2 games. You had Minnesota and Green Bay, and
had to have one.
Got to have one of them.
Yeah.
Got to find a way at home to win one of them.
Well, you got 2 left again, and neither one's a cakewalk either. You got to go on the road twice. Yep. 10 a.m. start in Carolina. Dangerous team, not the best team, but a dangerous
Very
team
competent.
nonetheless.
Yep.
It's physical, play some good defense, knows you.
Yep.
And then obviously the Niners. I mean, that becomes game of the year territory as well. You wonder what that's going to look like in Santa Clara for the end of the season. All right, Mike Macdonald coming up a little over a half hour from now. We'll come back to the story of the day, the craziness, the wackiness, the wildness, and the one guy right in the middle of all of it next.
Be the first to hear from Seahawks head coach Mike Macdonald the morning after every game on the Mike Macdonald Show.
Good morning, Coach. How are you?
This thing on?
On and ready for you.
The morning after every Seahawks game at 9:30 with Brock and Salk.
Being in front of the 12s is going to be a lot of fun. Trying to bring everybody together so we can push in the same direction.
Get the podcast on the Seattle Sports app and seattlesports.com. It's the Mike Macdonald Show, only on Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks.
I go to Starbucks every day. They introduced the app a number of years ago. I was a very early adopter to mobile ordering with their app. I don't need the cashier experience. I don't need standing in line. I can bypass all of that. That's an efficiency for me. Customers want the same thing. We video inspect all of our cars when they come in for a service appointment. So when we're doing a maintenance visit here, we do a video inspection of your vehicle. The technician shows you what your tires are at, what your brakes are at, what your filters are at. That's what we're sending to people. They open it, they look at it. We generally give them 3 choices. Hey, you can do the minimum, do something in the middle, or do it all. They're in a meeting, but we've met them where they want to be met for quick and efficiency. And that's meeting a lot of new tech customers, but also just transparency, because they can see that video inspection.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
It's a freezing night, and suddenly your heating dies. A fix could take several days or longer. Don't let this happen to you. If your system's 12 years or older, it's on borrowed time. Upgrade now to a dependable Mitsubishi electric heating and air conditioning system and keep your family comfortable. Schedule a consultation today at homecomfortalliance.com. For all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, visit homecomfortalliance.com. That's homecomfortalliance.com. And happy holidays to all.
The NBA is happening Christmas Day. 5 games, 1 unforgettable lineup.
That's what Christmas is all about.
Buckets for breakfast, breakaways for dessert. It's the holiday tradition.
Christmas all day.
With star power from across the globe.
The stars, they are going to be out.
The best gift, you don't even have to unwrap it.
We want to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year!
NBA Christmas Day begins at noon Eastern on ABC and ESPN.
Getting more as a MyLowe's Pro Rewards member is easier than ever with the Lowe's app. Download it today and earn 500 points the first time you log in. Plus, your digital wallet helps you scan, save, earn, and access what you need to manage it all in one place. Download the Lowe's app and take advantage of your Pro benefits today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid 12/1/25 through 1/7/26. Offer valid for first login per organization only. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Additional restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Storm damage can hit your home hard. Your roof, siding, windows, and even your deck. That's why we're here 24/7 to respond when you need us most. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. From emergency repairs to complete replacements, State Roofing and Exteriors has the team, the skills, and the experience to protect your home after the storm. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight. But when you can't work, care for your kids, or even put food on the table, that diagnosis can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda, a plastic surgeon who is proud to support Northwest Hope and Healing. Our mission is to provide a lifeline for breast and gynecologic cancer patients. We cover essentials like food, utilities, and childcare, so patients can focus on healing. For more than 25 years, Northwest Hope and Healing has distributed over $3 million to thousands of local cancer patients, and you can help make a difference in our community. Join us on Saturday, January 31st for Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of fine wine, gourmet cuisine, and inspiration at Mary Hill Winery in the heart of Woodinville wine country. Get your tickets now for Cork, Fork, and Support on January 31st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
What a night. What an incredible night at Lumen Field as the Seahawks find a way to come back 16 points down and win it in the end in overtime on a 2-point conversion. You couldn't write the whole thing and all of the different parts of the script and Sam Darnold struggling. I can't even just say for the first 58 minutes. Ultimately, Brock, it was because of the whole second half. I know he played okay in the first half.
It was the middle. It was like after halftime. It was the third into the fourth. It was like 15 minutes.
Really to the end of the fourth. I mean, his last two drives in the fourth were atrocious. And so to come back in overtime and play the way he did, down 7, knowing what was in front of him and what they needed and what the story was going to be if he wasn't able to complete the drive, to shut out all the noise and just do it in that moment, really, really incredible. Here, give me cut 18 more. John Middlecoff, after the game, already had a podcast up like almost immediately, and I thought he had like a really great view on what Sam did last night.
Sorry, that wasn't the cut number I was seeing.
Oh, all right. Cut 18.
I thought you said 8. Okay,
no,
got
18.
it.
If you're Seattle, I just don't. Let's face it, Sam Darnold did not play well, I thought, for most of the game. And really, before that last drive in overtime, I thought he was bad. Obviously, the interceptions just in a game like this felt like we're going to cost you the game. But sometimes, this is a team game, right? And Seattle is not built like the Buffalo Bills. Obviously, Sam Darnold's not Josh Allen, but they don't expect him. They just won a game last week where they kicked, 6 field goals? I mean, they can win other ways.
Win other ways.
And I'll just keep saying it. I think he's right on all of it. Everything he just said I would agree with. I did not think Sam was good yesterday until he was. But at what they're paying him, that's okay. They can build the type of roster that they have, win in multiple ways, ask him to manage the game. He's got to limit the turnovers. That is the one thing. Somebody sent me a text earlier, good friend, and said, yeah, Sam's the game manager like Trent Dilfer, this and that. No. You can't do that and turn the ball over as often as he does. You have to limit the turnovers if you want to be that guy. But the other part of that equation is what you do at the end of the game. He ultimately gets it done. And as long as you're not paying him Josh Allen money, he doesn't need to be Josh Allen. He can be the guy that manages the game right, doesn't turn it over, makes a couple of big explosive throws, plays to his strengths, and is very good without necessarily being a great one.
Yep. And again, I come back to that word we've talked about of just fit. It's the fit for this team. It's the fit personality-wise. It's the fit humility-wise. And then ultimately, what did Herbie say to us yesterday that did come into fruition? And that was the two things that Sam reinforced in their production meeting over and over and over and over. He did one of them, and he didn't do one of them. He excelled in one of them and excelled in the other one, and that was pull the trigger. Now, the other end, don't turn it over. Don't make mistakes. No, didn't do that one well, but pull the trigger. Pull the trigger. You've got to, and I can't tell you or the audience or anybody that's not played quarterback how difficult that is to do when it's going the wrong way, when I'm just seeing it and I'm not seeing it. In that little split second where I got to read man zone and I got to anticipate and I got to throw, and oh my gosh, they got me again. After they got me 4 times the first time. And then they got me again. They dropped off a defensive tackle into the red zone. They got me again. And yet to come back and go, that's okay. I'm going to take the next shot. Go 0 for 8 in a basketball game. You're going to shoot the 9th three-pointer? Right? Go 0 for 6 at the free throw line and step up to the line with the game on the line. Are you going to shoot confidently? That's pulling the trigger. That's hey, man, I got to flush it. And that's why these guys love him. Yep. Why JSN loves him.
I think he's also very relatable to this group in particular. And, hearing him afterwards, I know Maura loved it as they were like, Jay, it's guy's very calm. He's like, just really cold. Yes. Can I get a coat? I'm just freezing cold out here. If you don't mind, you just throw me a coat, somebody. I'm cold. Yeah, no, there's a relatability there. There's no doubt. Damian Woody years ago was the first guy on
Let me just say, though.
What?
You don't have that in you.
Me?
No, you don't got that in you.
To ask for a coat?
Nope, you got that in you.
I was like, I'd absolutely ask
I'm
for a
saying
coat.
when you flare the driver off 1, and then you flare it off 5. Guess what? You put it away.
Yeah, but I'm not.
You
a
ain't pulling that trigger.
Athlete.
You ain't pulling that trigger.
I don't have the skills that he has. Of course not. I suck. Here is Damian Woody. He was the first guy in on the Seahawks over a decade ago when Pete got this thing going, and he's saying some of the same types of things. Cut 20. Here's Damian Woody last night after the win.
Obviously, you talk about Sam Darnold exercising some demons, going back to last year when he was with the Minnesota Vikings, going up against the Rams, and obviously, his earlier game in Los Angeles, and then be able to come back and acquit himself and come out here with a big win. That's huge for this Seattle Seahawks team, because this team right now, they play championship-type defense, and the quarterback exercised demons against the Los Angeles Rams tonight.
I'll give you one other name we haven't mentioned in 2 hours and 6 minutes. Maybe you did in the first hour. I apologize. Clint Kubiak. He called some great freaking plays. That screen on the opening drive
last night too, and I don't think he should have been. I thought he called a heck of a game.
That screen was tremendous.
Yeah.
Sitting on that play pass to Barner, right? Sitting on that, that's a certain area. That's across midfield. This is a great call. Getting to it. Multiple 2-point conversion plays, right? One of them, obviously, super fortunate.
2.5. We'll give him 2.5.
2.5. Yeah, those were pretty darn big, right? The execution on that final drive, I thought Kubiak, too, that continued to mix the run and to run for 170 yards, whatever way, shape, or form you get there. The Shaheed end around at that time was an enormous play as well as K9's run out the gate. So yeah, I thought Clint, too, should get a little share of some praise because right call, right time matters. And when you're going up against the best play caller in the league, and let's not kid ourselves, Sean McVay is really good, man. Really good. Nobody has put this defense in a blender the way that he put them in a blender last night in their own home with all of that emotion and all of that noise. Let's give the Rams credit. They didn't false start. They didn't delay a game. They didn't make a bunch of self-inflicted mistakes and errors. They didn't turn the ball over. And they had 580 yards and were +3 in turnovers, and you win every time in the NFL until you don't win in this building last night.
All right, I apologize. I'm going to apologize in advance for what I'm about to do. So please bear with me for a moment. I apologize. But I need to use the text toy for my own uses for the moment. And I know it's a huge Seahawks day, and we're here all morning talking about it, and we're so excited. Mike Macdonald in 20 minutes.
Is this your visa issue?
No.
No.
I have a cold. I do. I have a cold. I'm not complaining about it. I'm really doing my best. I told Heather I would not complain.
You've gotten better.
I am.
5 years ago?
I really hate
10
being
years
sick.
ago?
I hate it.
You were kind of
But I'm really doing my best. I'm
you
not
had some
complaining.
Roethlisberger in you back in the day.
I
Not
appreciate
anymore.
that. But I have a cold. It started in my throat. The throat part seems to be okay. It went up north. Now it's in my nose.
Right.
I was up till about 2:30 last night. Couldn't breathe. It's a little better today.
It's a good-sized nose.
But I mean, it's yeah. So we're getting on a plane at 2:30 this afternoon.
Right.
7-hour flight. Okay.
Okay.
What do you do?
6 breathe rights.
How do you get? I'm going to go to CVS after the show on the way home. What is the best thing to purchase? And I sleep on a flight anyway, so I know I don't just need something to make me tired.
Yeah.
I need something to make the congestion.
But you couldn't sleep last night because of the breathing.
Well, that's
right?
my point.
So
Like
I take NyQuil when I'm sick just to knock me out so that I can sleep through the non-breathing.
Yeah.
Okay, so is NyQuil the best thing? Is that what you take? Or is there something that will actually is it Afrin? Yeah. And try to solution it out with the squeeze bottle.
Right.
Like what if I'll buy whatever I need to. I have money for this put aside to help me get through this. So what if you were going to CVS? What would
you wear multiple breathe rights on your nose through the airport?
I don't think so. No.
Oh, there's Salk. Look at Salk.
There's Salk. There's the guy with the 6 breathe right strips. Yeah. I'll put eye black on my face, too, just so everybody knows what's coming. 866-979-3776. If you've got a thought, please let me know because I am open. Most of that stuff doesn't work. So I want to know what'll actually work to help me get through this, and we'll be right back with everything you need to know. Mike Macdonald coming up in 20 on Brock and Salk.
Here we go. Darnold has time. Looks inside. It's caught. The Seahawks win the game.
Playoff berth.
An instant classic. This is who we are. That's Seahawks football.
Check.
Probably the craziest game I've ever seen.
With the playoffs looming, what's next?
We're always going to fight.
Complete coverage at SeattleSports.com.
They now have the inside track on having the best record in the NFC.
And the home of the Seahawks.
I think this is the best team in the NFL right now.
Seattle Sports.
Well, it's pretty hard to believe the holidays are here, and now is a great time for fitness gifts for your friends and family, or maybe even for yourself. Hey, Brock Ewart here, and from weight sets and accessories to the complete home gym, my friends at Top Fitness is the place to shop and doing it right now. Top Fitness got certified pre-owned, pre-core commercial treadmills that are the same models used in hotels and clubs that typically sell for over $13,000 and available for you. You ready for this? For $3,300. They look like new and they come with a full warranty. So don't settle for that lightweight, cheaper treadmill when you can get a deal this good. As always, you get free delivery and assembly on those Precor treadmills, ellipticals, and exercise bikes. It's no secret why everyone from personal trainers to pro athletes love Top Fitness. You can visit them in Tukwila, Linwood, or Bellevue, or go to topfitness.com for all the fitness enthusiasts on your holiday lists. Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at EmeraldQueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Okay. Only 10 more presents to wrap. You're almost at the finish line. But first... last one. Enjoy a Coca-Cola for a pause that refreshes.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
You have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last dent. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last dent. Accurate Auto Body.
It's Toyota-thon. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are providing you with large savings and the widest selection of inventory on Toyota favorites like the 2026 Corolla LE, leasing at $219 a month for 39 months with $29.99 due at signing. The Camry LE at 4.99% APR for 72 months, and the Prius leasing at $305 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. It's Toyota-thon at ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered.
Offers valid till January 5th, 2026. Excludes taxes, titles, licenses, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee. Models 1-852-255-2163.
Headed outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on SeattleSports.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, I got to apologize. I think I broke the text machine.
Yeah, it's kind of smoking.
It's literally
What is that?
just. I think we have over 2,000 texts with suggestions
Oh.
on how to get to a flight.
People care about you.
Well, it's nice. I think people care about being right, but whatever.
I don't know if Iceland does, though.
I think I've got it set. I'm going to get some NyQuil for the flight.
Okay.
Some Afrin
Yes.
to get through
Yes.
because you can take that for a few days.
Yes.
And see if I can get some behind-the-counter Sudafed for once I'm there.
Good pharmacies in Iceland? Do we know?
I don't know how that works. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know a lot. I'm only in Iceland for a couple days. We'll be in
That's true.
Copenhagen the rest of the time, but
Yeah.
I don't know. Well,
Okay.
we'll find out.
Great.
But I think that's the plan. Thank you for everybody who weighed
Do you
in.
think the adrenaline of last night's game and all the emotion and stuff too may have
kicked it
played?
up a little
Yes,
bit?
may have played a role.
Might have.
Probably did.
Yeah, I couldn't sleep forever,
Yes.
man. And I'm sure I'm not alone. Just the can you imagine how Mike Macdonald or a player in that game, how do you go to sleep?
You don't for a while.
How could you?
NyQuil.
Or something stronger. Like, how could you possibly go to sleep?
Correct.
After the level of excitement and intensity and all of it. And can you imagine, at least this game is being held on the West Coast. What happens if you have a game like that ends, instead of being, 8:30?
Mm-hmm.
What happens if that game ends at 11:30 p.m.? Because at 2 o'clock, I was still so fired up I couldn't sleep.
Yep.
What happens when that's at 11:30? And now instead it's at 5:30 and you can't sleep? What an amazing game last night. Just incredible. Sam Darnold getting it done on the final drive to JSN.
Sam steps, looks, throws back in the end zone. Touchdown! Seahawks! Jackson, Smith, and Jigba running from left to right under the goalpost. Sam zips it in from 4 yards out. And the Seahawks offense stays on the field.
You mentioned the throw to Cooper Kupp on that drive.
Mm-hmm.
How about the touchdown throw
That was
to
a dart.
JSN?
That was a dart. Yep. That's a dart. That's a little easier throw in the sense that you rep it. They are a huge red zone team. We know that in practice. And that's a pretty familiar concept to the back end line, right? So you're just looking for that window, and he likes that throw, and he likes throwing a lot of those other intermediate type throws. But he got it there and delivered big time. And there was no hesitation. You could see it right away. We're going for 2. There was no what do we do? Do we secure a playoff spot maybe? Do you give the ball back to the Rams with 3 minutes to go? You can't.
Can't get the ball in.
They
Not
went for
after what they had just done.
588 yards.
Yeah, not after what they had just done.
No.
And a tie, you lose.
Yep.
They win with a tie, you
That's
lose
right.
with a tie, because they are the one up on you already. No doubt about it. Mike Macdonald, I should say, though, still pretty excited about the idea of making the playoffs.
Well, this is a little bit of a preview, but, up until this point, our mission has been to win the next game. And then, our next goal is to make the playoffs. And so we've kind of achieved our next goal. So we'll learn that on Monday, and then our next goal is to win the division. So I think you can't do that unless you win the next one. So it's the same message, but we're obviously really excited to be in the dance. Anything can happen once you get in, but, we got a division title on the line that we need to go capture, and that starts by winning in Carolina.
It's funny, the game was so exciting that you kind of almost lose sight of that little storyline, but Mike Macdonald just made the playoffs for the first
That's
time.
right. He gets 12 wins and won 5 in a row. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
The team that's supposed to win 7.5 to 8, according to Vegas, has now won 12 with an opportunity to win 14. It's won 5 games in a row. It's reset the narrative about the home field advantage, because there ain't no way that anybody watching that game last night from afar didn't feel Lumen Field through their television of, oh my gosh, this place once again is absolutely rocking. And you have turned the 12s and the home field advantage back on, and I think that played a role as well emotionally in that fourth quarter. You could feel it, almost like the light switch. That punt return was like, it's only an 8-point game. Oh my gosh! And the defense then played to that emotion, and then he executed. And now you're 12-3. Let's see. The Niners play at Indy this week, Phillip Rivers. Then they get the Bears. Then they get you, right? So they too, right? Well, they too got to win out. Like, you got to go to Carolina and win, and then that finale will be a big deal in the Bay.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Mini bye. You get a couple days off now before next Sunday in Carolina, and probably a good thing. They got a little beat up in that game. That was a physical game back.
They played how many plays defensively? 80.
Yeah.
8.
Well, and it took a toll. Nicky Manwari left, could have come back, so apparently he was cleared for concussion. Kobe Bryant, though, left and did not return. Reek Woolen injured, so yeah, I think some question marks coming out of it. And on the other side, I got to give props to Puka Nacua, because he played an unbelievable game, was the best player on the field, 224 yards, unbelievable. Man, I hate him. I just cannot stand this guy, and it was really hard watching him have the kind of success he did yesterday. And then after the game, his shoulder pads are still on, and he's busy. He immediately has to get to his phone.
Did he not talk to the media after the game? They probably didn't allow him. Right?
I would be surprised. And he's on his phone saying, "Can you say it was wrong? Appreciate you, Stripes, for your contribution, LOL." Then he deletes it. Mora, all I could think of was the guy in the night before. My social media game's on point. Like, that's what he sounded like.
And then McVay is asked about it repeatedly, and then unfortunately for McVay, he doesn't even know what Puka did after.
Here's at Cut 11. Here is Sean McVay being grilled on his wide receivers' actions and thoughts.
What are you talking about?
You just put something on Twitter a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, so what are you asking me right now?
Are you okay?
I can't answer questions about something that I'm not aware of.
Okay, but are you okay with players kind of expressing frustration over things like that? Or is that something that you hope that they kind of keep to themselves?
I got to have more information before I answer any of those kind of questions.
What conversations have you had with Puka about his live stream this week?
Yeah, he was very apologetic. I don't think he understood the totality of some of the things. I think he issued that apology. I know this guy's heart, and for anybody that was offended, terribly sorry about that. I know he feels that same exact way. He's a young guy that's a great kid that's continuing to learn about.
That just doesn't work. Sorry.
Yep, that noise is going to be quiet. I bet Mr. Devontae, I bet Mr. McVay, and I bet you Mr. Demoff, the team president, is going to have a little conversation with Puka that this is not the way we do business. And don't come in this locker room after all of this. Don't let your play sit. You were the best dude on the field. Just shut up and let your play go out there, and you can't do it. I'm going to imagine there'll be some stern conversations with that fella.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Crack and lose. Mariners projected to win 89 to 94 games, according to Zips, and that's without even making another deal. So some pretty cool stuff there. That is everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour here on the
12 and 3
Show. 12 and 3, man.
12 and 3.
How about it? How about it? That's pretty incredible,
Yes.
man. What a tremendous season.
You lose that game in LA,
Yep.
right? We all looked at it was 7-2, chance to go to LA, game winning, albeit 61-yarder. It falls a little short. And then we all looked at the schedule and like, okay, all right, here we go. Here's the schedule. Here's what you got. You got some winnable games. You got Tennessee, you got Atlanta, you got Minnesota, you got Indy, and then the rematch. Like it's there on the table for you.
Yep. It's all there.
And now
Pretty
it's
awesome.
even more so.
Oh, man.
Carolina and San Fran.
And I'll tell you, I don't worry about this team with a letdown either. I mean, that is just not the way they're built with Mike's kind of military view on I just don't see a letdown.
You think 88 plays and 581 yards of offense? I think they're going to get back to work. Yep.
Appreciate all the love from everybody with the thoughts on how to get through a flight.
Thoughts and prayers.
Airborne and Zycam, all that stuff is great, and I've been taking it. Don't worry, I'm on it. But that doesn't help you get through the flight.
No.
I mean, you got to go industrial strength for a 7-hour flight. And it's a red eye, so I got to sleep. So I think I appreciate all the help, but definitely going to go NyQuil.
Okay.
Sudafed for later, the good stuff.
Yep.
And Afrin to get through this flight. I think that's the key.
But if you bring that, are you concerned about your visa issues?
That's a whole different problem. I don't know. Mike Macdonald's been waiting all morning for this, Brock. It's the reason we're both at work today. Mike Macdonald joins us next on Brock and Salk.
At Shane Company. We'll help you find last-minute gifts that don't look last-minute, even if you're still planning to propose. At Shane Company, we'll show you perfect gifts at perfect prices, in stock and ready to give. Like hand-matched diamond studs, 14-karat gold chains, or the ultimate gift, a beautiful engagement ring. We have longer store hours, so you can skip the crowds and shop when you want, or visit us at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to be a holiday hero. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
All right, Mike Salk here, and you know what you're doing yet this weekend? Go to Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. You can even stay the night. The unbelievable views in the brand new hotel rooms. They're awesome. Just a really cool spot to hang. You can check out the spa. You can check out the beautiful pool area. It's indoor, outdoor, so you can go no matter what the weather is. And then the sports bar. Man, 60-plus TVs. Great spot to watch all the games this weekend. Go to snocasino.com for more. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Be the first to hear from Seahawks head coach Mike Macdonald the morning after every game on the Mike Macdonald Show.
Good morning, Coach. How are you?
This thing on?
On and ready for you.
The morning after every Seahawks game at 9:30 with Brock and Salk.
Being in front of the 12s is going to be a lot of fun. Trying to bring everybody together so we can push in the same direction.
Get the podcast on the Seattle Sports app and seattlesports.com. It's the Mike Macdonald Show, only on Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks.
Guys, leave weight gain, low T, and ED in 2025. For a limited time, Revive Men's Health Washington is offering free full diagnostic panels, a $400 value. It checks testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. Plus, qualified patients get up to 25% off select treatments now through year end. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com today.
Getting more as a MyLowe's Pro Rewards member is easier than ever with the Lowe's app. Download it today and earn 500 points the first time you log in. Plus, your digital wallet helps you scan, save, earn, and access what you need to manage it all in one place. Download the Lowe's app and take advantage of your Pro benefits today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid 12/1/25 through 1/7/26. Offer valid for first login per organization only. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Additional restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
For 50 seasons.
Sold out Kingdome as the Seahawks get ready to go down on the field.
When it comes to passion.
The blitz is on. The ball pops loose. Picks it up at the 15 to the 10 to 5. Touchdown Seahawks.
And noise.
Make a little noise. He's resetting his running backs. Penalty flags all over the place. They're going to blow the play dead.
And dedication. It's always the 12s, celebrating 50 seasons of Seahawks football. Visit Seahawks.com/tickets today.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on SeattleSports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
People want to do business with someone they can trust, who's a real person. They don't feel like you're just going after their money. And when you take the time to get to know them, get to know their needs, remember their name, remember their kids' names, and just be there to help them and sort of, not be a car salesman, but be a consultant, then they feel more comfortable with you and the experience is better on both sides. Each individual person has an opportunity to sort of unveil our company spirit and their own individual personality and their ability to serve. I myself, I have helped some families in the sense that, I've helped mom, helped dad, and then 2 years later, here's our daughter, she needs a car now. And it's one of the biggest compliments to know that you've earned this family's trust that now you're their guy. You want to be their guy.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This is the Mike Macdonald Show, presented by your local 76 and Conoco stations, exclusively on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Well, I hope it's a Mike Macdonald Show featuring a very happy Mike Macdonald this morning. What a night. What an incredible, incredible night.
It was. Wow. I can't say any better myself.
So you go home, you fall right to sleep after that?
Like a baby.
You have a baby, so you know that means you didn't fall asleep.
No, we had a bunch of people in town for the game, and so many of whom I didn't know were going to be there. So it was like, oh, my mom's here. Okay. Oh, like so-and-so's here. This is great. And you're like, well, you didn't know that was coming? I was like, nah, I kind of blacked out during the week. But so we hung out there at the stadium for a while, and then eventually got to bed. And it's hard to, sometimes you wake up and you're like super fired up because you won. And then you're like, we gave up that play. And then you're mad about this call. And then well, we still won, so that's good. Then you're sleeping, and then you're still dreaming something that didn't happen. Yeah.
That's funny. I was going to ask you if family and friends, because the holidays are coming up, if you had more people at this game, and if so, what were their takeaways last night? What were they saying?
Yeah, well, we have, I don't know, we have people in and out every game, which is awesome. And Haley and company just do a great job of organizing it, so I don't have to deal with it. But she pretty much does everything. I don't know what I do.
Coach.
But everyone was stoked. It was just like, it was a great environment.
Had they been in environments like that, I wonder? Like, even for me, I've been in a lot of places. But last night, I don't know if it was the watches. I don't know if it was the drones. I don't know if it was the scene. I don't know if it's the uniforms. I don't know
if
it
was everything. Yeah, I've never been a part of that before. You just normally just full disclosure, I'm not really thinking about the environment, or you're just kind of thinking about what we have to do. But there were multiple times throughout the game, I was like, man, this is incredible.
Yes.
Pregame, even when, we're facing, death at our doorstep there in the fourth quarter, like we got to stop, and we're kicking it off. And I actually said in the headset, I was like, man, guys, like, this is freaking awesome. Like, you got to love this.
Yep.
And, so it was just some incredible atmosphere.
As the defense was coming up with a few of those big stops during the comeback, what was that environment like in the building, and then maybe even on the sidelines?
Well, it's definitely, it started with a punt return, and then you could feel the 12s kind of get back rolling, and the energy, and then our guys needed a little pick me up, and then they got it, and then we kind of just got rolling at that point, and so we talk about 12 as one, and it really is 12 as one. It's like it's us and 12s all working together, and like we said before the game, like that's the vision we want to have. This is what we want. This is what we've been trying to make come to life this whole time. We got to keep it going.
I'm sure every single person on the field and the coaching staff and everyone is a big part of that. Watching it on TV, it sure looked like the two veterans, DeMarcus Lawrence and Leo, were a huge part of that. What kind of a role did those two guys play physically and maybe even mentally, spiritually, emotionally?
Well, it was a really mentally or emotionally charged game, and it wasn't really going our way defensively for a large part of the game, and so you need guys like that to keep your poise and to keep your edge, and have that balance, and kind of show the guys that, hey, like, let's stay the course, keep playing, keep making the adjustments. Like, it's gonna, the tide's gonna shift at some point for us, and they were a big driving force behind that.
We talk about these different moments, Mike, and is play caller versus play caller, right? And I know you were asked about McVay, and we'll always be asked about McVay as two young whippersnappers and all the stuff that you guys do. I am curious, 4th and 1 opening drive at their own 38.
Yeah.
Like, we're watching the game up in the booth, and I'm like, what? He's going for it on the opening drive of the game, just the game within the game. As you see that, do you start to feel like, oh, okay, so this is the way Sean's going to kind of play the hands? He's going to be 4-down football? Like,
yeah. I mean, you have an idea about how the opposing team approaches fourth downs going into a game. They've done stuff like that in the past. They've definitely become more aggressive, as of late. So it wasn't it wasn't a complete shock they were doing it. Plus, it wasn't like a full one. There's a huge difference in full one and a half a yard. And so, we were prepared for them to go for it, and I wish we would have stopped them. And I think we ended up stopping them later in the drive. But you're right. It kind of declared how they were going to approach the game for sure.
Well, and I feel like I've asked you every week about the game declaring itself, but I'm kind of in love with the idea. I think it's such an interesting way of looking at each game and why they can be so different. Last week and this week, you couldn't have two more different games for your team.
You're right.
So how along the way did this one declare itself?
I'd say pretty quickly. Pretty quickly. I mean, pretty quickly.
You had a feeling it was going to be a high-scoring affair and all
Well,
that?
I was hoping it wasn't. I mean, but you knew that became pretty quick that, like, they're going to be aggressive and try to play with the lead, and as they should. You should thinking about playing like that. So
then you flip it to then all of a sudden, right? You get to stop, you score, beautiful screen, beautiful execution, and they kick field or whatever, and then you get the ball third and 1. It's 40-ish, and then 4th and 1, whatever it was at the 45. The decision there on your second drive of the game
when we punted
to punt.
Yeah, well, I think it was longer than 1. It was I think it was a full 2.
Okay.
And 1 or less was a go, and it wasn't 1 or less. You know.
Yeah.
So.
Yep.
Yeah, we decided to punt.
And that's where you lean into those, like if you said the game declared itself pretty quickly, and you could see by that point they've gone for 3 times on 4th down on multiple drives.
Right.
Like, okay, declares itself this way. Do I lean into these numbers that much more? Do I massage these? Do I feel it? Like,
well, at that point, I felt like we were still early in our game plan on defense, and there wasn't really anything to say that we were going to have a hard time. Not, it wasn't just going to be like the floodgates open at that point.
Yep.
And if you miss it, they're in 4-down territory.
Yep.
And so you're kind of fighting uphill climb there rather than try to punt it. So that's why we did what we did.
Second week in a row, I've really enjoyed watching and listening to the post-game stuff from the locker room.
Yeah, cool.
It was awesome. And I have a serious question about it, and then more of a mystery that we're trying to solve. But
okay.
I'll start with a serious question, because hearing Saubert talk afterwards and use that word love, hearing Leonard Williams break it down and use the word love, it just strikes me as a very vulnerable way of professional athletes speaking to each other.
Yeah.
How vulnerable has this team been able to be with each other?
I haven't thought of it through that lens, but they have. They've vulnerable. I just say like real. It's a realness. I think. I'd say everybody in our I'm proud to say that like our operation and the people that we have, it's not this like there's no showboat. There's no like me, or it's I'm gonna say the things that I need to say because it's gonna sound sweet, or I'm supposed to say these things but I really feel this way. Like there's none of that, and our coaches do a great job of that. It starts with John, starts with the feeling I think coming from Jody and like the feeling she wants to the team. And our leaders, I think they set a great example for just, hey, all we're doing is just trying to be freaking great. We're trying to be a great team and make this vision come to life, and that's what we're trying to do. And it's really like that's really like the mission over all the other BS. All the other phoniness is just BS. It's just all is just extra fluff, And so I love that about our team. It's just. Yeah, I love that.
I love the message from Saubert. I've been all over the league, and just I just feel accepted. I just thought that was great. But we also heard this, and I just think we need a little detective work, and I don't know if you know who this is. We heard some of the Kirk Cousins stuff.
You like that?
You like that? That was good to hear. But who's yelling Coach Mike is the greatest in the background?
I didn't.
Well, I'll let you hear it, and maybe you can tell who this is, because we couldn't
Full
tell.
disclosure, I didn't know that was happening. I haven't heard that before.
Oh, okay. Well, here you go. You can hear it. Here it is.
You like that?
Now, that doesn't seem very genuine, okay? That seems like there's some other alternatives behind it, yeah.
Who do you think that is?
I mean, it's clearly not their voice.
Right. So Spoon was our best guess.
You want one more shot at it?
Yeah, let's do it one more.
All right, here we go.
You could
Let's
fire
do it
that up one more time.
You like that?
I actually have a guess.
Okay.
Mike Morris.
Oh, that's a good
We should have
guess.
thought of that.
That's a good guess.
Because we said it sounded a little bit like Mike Bennett earlier.
Right.
And there's a lot of crossover between Mike Morris and Mike B.
Yep.
Okay.
Coach Mike, you're the greatest.
That's definitely that's a Mike Morris thing.
There we
Just
go.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
That's why
we love him, but that is not a. Trust me.
That's not authentic.
That wasn't an authentic. Coach Mike is the greatest.
That's
So, man, do I feel good right now.
Do you like the word momentum?
I don't not like it.
Is that something you guys talk about and use? And I phrase that because the head coach that I was with this year does not like it. He loves response. And actually, as the year went on, I was like, you know what? Momentum feels kind of emotional, right? It can ride emotional waves too much versus respond. respond.
Yeah, I feel like we're kind of like I don't feel like we don't use the word momentum.
Mm-hmm.
It's really not part of our like dialogue on how we treat it. Like one thing that we have really improved on from the beginning of the year is like the next play.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay, it is how you respond. We say that we use the term reload, like reload. Reload. I mean, there's several plays where like sometimes the coaches are telling me next play. Sometimes I'm telling EJ, and I can see him nodding because you could feel like we need a little pick me up if we gave up a play and now we're in the red zone and like, you gotta reload. We got to go to the next one, and that's how we look through it.
Gosh, and those guys challenge you, huh? I mean, just watching their operation, that no false starts, no delay of games, very few self-inflicted errors. Matthew throws the ball away, 13 personnel, motions, shifts, movements, 11 it feels like that group on that other side, and with Stafford the way he's playing right now, challenges you defensively as much as anybody.
Yeah. Numbers speak for themselves, unfortunately. Yeah, they're a great unit. They really are. I mean, they're efficient. They're clean. Stafford's in full control, and they do a great job game planning. You felt like they're attacking some things that you kind of know about yourself, and so you got to be able to move and shake in the middle of a game. Like I think we're learning that about each other, and that's what you have to do in order to win a game like that.
Obviously, Puka makes some unbelievable contested catches, like just physical. Like watching him in person, like whoa, like he's really, really good.
Yeah.
There were also some, for the first time this year, some more space.
Yep.
Right. There were some areas early and a couple times down the side where they just seemed to create or find more voids in space. Mm-hmm. How did they go about doing that?
Well, there's a couple that are one, good plays by them. Good plays by them. And frankly, we have to execute better in the back end. And so it's a good wake up call. I think some of it might be a little function of not having full speed reps throughout the week. And are we asking them to do too much on a short week? I think that's part of the conversation as well, coming back to the coaches. And then let's look at the fundamentals and some of those things, our eye progression, footwork, things like that I think can get cleaned up. But it's a combo of both. I think it's everybody involved takes part of that accountability.
You used the word reload earlier. Maybe that's a good lead-in. It may not surprise you to learn we've been talking a lot about Sam over the course of the morning.
I wouldn't expect that at all.
A lot of the national dialogue was about Sam leading into and after the game. How do you assess his game last night?
I think for full disclosure, I have not watched the tape yet. Okay,
offense or defense?
No, I slept in. Okay, I woke up.
Lazy.
Jack was up at 7. I got to spend an hour with Jack. It was awesome. My mom's in town, walking around, showing me around the house, banging on couches. It was awesome. Then I took my sister to the airport. That was great.
Wow.
So saved her maybe $100 on Uber. I've had a great morning. I've not watched the tape. Okay.
So based on just being there last night.
It was great. We won. It came back. I do think I'm really happy for Sam because it is what it's what we see every day. And so it's like what I said after the game. It's like, yeah, okay, I get it. Like people have to come up with dialogues and narratives and all the things about all the people and like quarterback. But it's like, this is Sam Darnold. This is who he is. This is what he does. He's resilient. He's the same guy no matter the circumstance. He's tough as crap. And, some of the throws he made down the stretch, hanging in there, with a guy in his face, putting it on the dot on the sideline, and then the throws at the end. All the touchdowns, going to his left, throwing to AJ, incredible play. The play to Jax to put it into, to tie it up was incredible, or to go down one. And then really, I think the last play is just a great microcosm of where we're at with Sam is, the play is not supposed to go to Sabi, and he trusts what he sees. His footwork's there, and he just plays ball, and just like playing it all the way through the down. And and even still, you're talking about inches, the ball being deflected, but just being decisive. I will say, we're inches from pick to end the game, on 2 occasions. So it's like the game, you just keep hammering away, man, and those breaks will eventually go your way.
Do you have a sense? I mean, a lot of the conversation leading into it around the country was whether or not he could get over the hump in those big moments, in those big games. Does that factor in? Does last night help with that?
Well, when I think of big moments with Sam, I'm thinking the guy that took us down the field in San Francisco when we needed one. I'm thinking the guy that helped us win the game against Arizona at the very end. I'm thinking of the guy that put us in field goal range when we were on the -1 against the Rams to go kick a field goal to win it. I'm thinking of the guy that in 40 seconds took us down the field to kick a game-winning field goal against the Colts. So, I mean, show me the times where in big moments this guy hasn't, responded as a Seahawk.
Reload. Tampa game. Off his helmet, interception.
Tampa game,
yes.
Yeah. I mean, could we have gone to a better spot there? Yeah, we got we got the deflected pick in Tampa, But.
Talk to me, game within the game, end of first half. Just running it out versus maybe making a punt, maybe getting the ball 20 seconds, whatever it is. I know you get the ball to begin the second half. Was that an easy, now we're going to go in a half? And
Well, I had to burn a timeout that I think only gave us one going into that drive.
Yep.
So at that point, they were going to have to throw it for us to have an opportunity to get the ball back, and they obviously made the decision to go into the half of the lead.
Yep.
Which is tricky, you want to hedge against giving the ball away, and they're probably thinking, hey, maybe we pop a run, now we can get into maybe a chunk situation to kick a field goal. So that's you're going to have to stop the run in a light box, So and our guys did a good job of that. So
and you have to respect them a little bit more maybe than another team because of the threat of that offense.
Yeah. I mean, up to that point, if they were within, if it was a minute or less, and we didn't have the opportunity to get out of the half of the ball, they'd been aggressive. So that wasn't how they've normally operated.
So Brock was saying earlier that most teams, when he was playing, would have a couple of 2-point conversion calls on the sheet for a game. You guys needed 3. Plus, at the end of the game, you line up for one, they call a timeout, then you line up for another, then you call a timeout, then you line. Do you have to have 3 different 2-point conversion calls there? Or are you guessing whether or not there might be a timeout call? But what if it is? What's the
Vince Vaughn moment from Wedding Crashers?
I was going to say, yeah, or it's like a Vizzini in the
maybe
Princess
she's interested
Bride.
in me. Maybe she's not interested in me. Maybe I have a play call. Maybe I don't.
So I can clearly not choose the one in front of me.
Maybe I have 3 play calls. Maybe I've left. Maybe I have more.
What? How does all that work?
It works. I mean, there's some. I'll just say there's a reason why we do what we did, and there's a reason why we did what we did.
Were you happy to have gotten into that play call in that moment?
Yes.
That's what you wanted.
Yes.
That was the call.
And you knew going into the drive, right? That decision to go for 2. I heard you talk after. The game.
Yeah.
Did Sam, the offense, know at that point too?
I don't know. I'm kind of I have a little baseball background, so I didn't want to put it out there.
Gotcha.
Smart.
Yeah.
But once Coop made that catch, then I gave Clint a heads up. That's what we're gonna do.
Yeah. And that was not a real difficult decision, was it? I know some of these are red, green, yellow. At that point,
the 2-point play.
Yeah. I mean, not the call itself, but to say, hey, you know what? We're not going to try to get a playoff spot for a tie. We're not going to play for a tie. We're not going to give them the ball back with 3 minutes to go and 2 timeouts.
Yeah. If you want to be like a nerd about it, you could say, hey, look, we could kick the extra point. Now they have 3 minutes to go down the field to just basically only kick a field goal.
Right.
And we've been playing good defense in the last quarter or so, but we gave up a couple third downs, and we're down 3 guys in our secondary. We're kind of scrambling to try to figure out what we can call, what we can't.
Yep.
And okay, and what does that do? Okay, so you either tie the game a little, maybe you get a 3 and out, and you get a chance to go kick a field goal, or you're going to lose the game. So that it seems like a lot of downside. Or hey, look, if we can maybe tilt the scales a little bit in our favor on the 2-point play. Now we're looking at an over 50% chance of winning the game. Let's rock and roll.
Who gets a gold star on that 2-point play, by the way? For me, I know you haven't watched the film. I've watched it a few times.
I did see that. Clint and I just watched the play.
Yes.
Who gets the gold star?
Just like an extra effort, shocking effort or execution, or like, wow, that was done absolutely to a T on that play.
Sam.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, just the poise. I mean, Josh Jones. We chipped Verse on that play, and then Josh Jones handled the bull rush, just bought him the extra click to get to Sabi. I think Sharps was the back. Him getting out to void that zone was crucial, and then it's just doing the little things right all the time. I mean, Sabi ended up being in the spot where he's supposed to be, and Sam finds him. He goes right into his vision, and bang.
How about the second 2-point conversion? Who gets the gold star on that one?
New York.
So I know there was a lot of credit being thrown at what a heads-up play it was by Charbonnet. Was that a heads-up play, or was he just being nice and giving the ball back to the ref?
I honestly think it's part of his it's just we talk about it every day. Pick up every loose ball.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't every ball on the ground we have to pick up. No matter, it could be a thrown ball down the field. Pick the ball up every time.
I was telling Mike.
Did you know, by the way? Did you know it was a backwards pass? Did it even occur to you that might have been the case?
Honestly, no. I didn't think
because I'm sure you can't really see that from where you are, right?
In real time, I didn't realize. I didn't think it was a backwards pass, but
Mm-hmm.
been wrong before.
How'd the boys come out? That was a physical game last night.
That was a physical game on a short week, and we played a lot of plays on defense.
88.
Yeah. To my knowledge, right? I mean, I'm sure they're sore. It's great that we have a little bit of a break here. Haven't had a word on Kobe or any of those guys yet. Basically, nothing changed from last night, from my knowledge. Yeah. Him or Reek.
Last thing, and I already kind of asked you, but I'll ask you again. How cool was that? Just being a part of a game like that, a comeback like that. I mean, down 16, late, and you come all the way back and you win it, and the crowd won't leave afterwards, and they're going crazy while JSN and Sam are out there.
Yeah, that was awesome.
I mean, it's got to be such a cool feeling going into the holiday with 2 games to play.
I told this to Jen before the game. I was like, this is the vision of what we've been working for. I mean, literally since we walked in the door, it's like, we want teams to come to Seattle in Seattle weather in December and January, and we want it to be electric, and we want to have this feeling as a team that that we're like this. Now, I mean, can we play better football? Absolutely, and that's we're always going to be chasing that. But I mean, that's what we're chasing right there. Those type of days. Pretty awesome.
And you're in the playoffs for the first time. Congratulations.
We're in the dance.
You get to chase your little guy all weekend. Have fun.
It's going to be great.
Yes.
You're going to be even more tired after that.
And it's not going to be dark out.
True.
That's a win.
Are you leaving? Are you going somewhere else? Because it's always dark here this time of year. It's dark
it's
all
like
day.
To see him when there's
daylight hours. Daylight hours.
We don't have those. There are no daylight hours. You mean when it's gray and dark instead of black and dark? I mean,
I love it when it's gray.
You do?
Yeah, I mean, it's not pitch black.
Did you like those uniforms last night?
You know what? I really did.
I love them. I think they look sweet.
I'm kind of like a late adopter to like everything.
They're nice.
But I really liked them.
Okay, good.
Because I'm like a wolf gray guy. Like I love the old gray, like the gray uniforms. I thought were really, really sharp.
Nice.
I wouldn't mind them coming back at some point, but like those were good looking uniforms.
All right, we got to go. Bump and Stacy are coming up next. Thank you, Coach. Congratulations. Have a great holiday.
Great. Thanks, guys.
And,
you too.
We'll see you not Monday, but the following Monday. Brock, we got to get out of here.
I'll see you Monday. I'm working Monday.
Tough.
All right, but he won't be here.
Oh, I understand.
He's going to get a vacation himself.
We got Brock in the flesh today.
I know,
this is
that
a
cool?
great treat. This is awesome.
All right, we got to go. Bump and Stacy up next. Until then, Brock the Hay.
Barn.
See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper! Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2.
38-37 win for the Seahawks. I just like the resiliency of Sam Darnold. He was able to drive them down the field and throw the game-winning extra point. I thought Stafford was unbelievably inaccurate when pressured. He wasn't sacked the entire game, so that's something that we'll need to work on before the next time we face him. But I think this is the best team in the NFL right now.
Only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Got neighbors? Big Trees can help. This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. If you've been considering planting trees to add privacy, look no further than Big Trees. Privacy trees fill in empty spaces, help to define property lines, and add curb appeal. Learn more about Big Trees' big supply of privacy trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
Ready for your chapter? At Edmonds Village, discover independent living that's truly exceptional. Premium apartments, all-inclusive chef-prepared dining, and a vibrant community in beautiful Edmonds, Washington. Call to learn about Edmonds Village end-of-year incentives. It's time to say yes to more connection, more adventures, more you. Tour today, reserve your spot, and start living fully on your terms at Edmonds Village. Call now, 425-534-5100 to learn more. There is so much to love at Edmonds Village.
The stock market was on fire in 2025 due to AI and tech stocks. Now is the time to set a strategy for 2026. It's a good opportunity to lock in those gains and invest into a stable platform. With $8 trillion in cash sitting on the sidelines, investors are either scared or unsure where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rurecka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
The birth of the American supercar is now open at America's Car Museum. Curated by Steve Saline, it's a high-octane journey through muscle, speed, and rare supercars, plus racing simulators, great food, and family fun. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Guys, leave weight gain, low T, and ED in 2025. For a limited time, Revive Men's Health Washington is offering free full diagnostic panels, a $400 value. It checks testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. Plus, qualified patients get up to 25% off select treatments now through year end. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com today.
At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry and dream engagement ring to be nothing short of perfect, no matter the price. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight. But when you can't work, care for your kids, or even put food on the table, that diagnosis can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda, a plastic surgeon who is proud to support Northwest Hope and Healing. Our mission is to provide a lifeline for breast and gynecologic cancer patients. We cover essentials like food, utilities, and childcare, so patients can focus on healing. For more than 25 years, Northwest Hope and Healing has distributed over $3 million to thousands of local cancer patients, and you can help make a difference in our community. Join us on Saturday, January 31st, for Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of fine wine, gourmet cuisine, and inspiration at Mary Hill Winery in the heart of Woodinville wine country. Get your tickets now for Cork, Fork, and Support on January 31st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org